There we go. All right. So I do record these classes and then I post them on a private YouTube channel, make them available to you, and I send them to you. As you guys know, I sent you 2 emails, one email to join the Zoom class, another one with notes and supplements to the shared Google Drive, and to some of the YouTube classes I've already taught. I had them recorded and I have them available there. So in case you miss a day, you don't necessarily need to make it up, but you could get the content by watching a class, another class that I taught the lesson to, okay? You'll be able to get your own lessons too, because I am recording these now. As you've seen, I just hit record, and I'm going to be doing that every day. And I'm going to, tomorrow, I'll start a playlist for you guys on YouTube. So every day that I record them after class, Zoom creates a video out of it that I got to upload it to YouTube and all that. But I first need to create the playlist. I probably won't do that till tomorrow, and then you'll get that list. And that one link will then just keep adding the videos from every day onto it so that you get access to it. Okay. You can't take this complete class by watching videos though. Okay. The videos do not count towards your required mandatory hours that the state requires. So you do need to sit here in class with me, even though you're not actually sitting in the same room with me. We're allowed to teach classes remotely now. As you can see, this is an open forum. The way I teach classes in Zoom, this is the way we do it for our school, is it's an open forum. You guys can unmute yourselves at any time and ask a question. You don't have to wait to be called on and be given permission to speak. You know, we do it in this way because it more closely resembles and simulates actually being in the classroom, except you save on gas and traffic and having to get up extra early in the morning to fight that traffic to get to us every day. So there are some benefits to it, but it's technology, so there are some negatives too. You know, sometimes if there's a storm, you know, it may knock out somebody's internet or something, or even mine. You know, it happens. You know. In that event, we'll just try to reconnect, you know, wait a little while, try to reconnect. And if not, then you just pick it up another day, gets added on. But hopefully we'll have nice shiny weather for the whole extent of this course here. And no technical issues. Now, signing in today, you guys had to fill out the class registration to get prepared for this class. Then Zoom sends you an invite link, and you use that link to log in. You do need to be logged into your free Zoom account in order to get in. That's how we are able to track your hours and your attendance here, because Zoom can track when you're on. But the only way you can track that it's you is because you're logged into your account. And now you have access to this meeting because you registered for it. So you need to be logged into that free Zoom account. Now, you should not have to click on that same link that Zoom sent you. If you downloaded the Zoom app, you should just be able to open up the Zoom app, and there'll be a drop-down list with the meetings you've attended. So you could just attend this meeting, and there's an ID, that meeting ID, in that email I sent you, as well as maybe somewhere there's a shield up on the upper left-hand corner of the screen that has meeting information, and you can get that information from there as well. That's our Zoom meeting ID. So it should be, you don't have to answer a plethora of questions in order to get into the class tomorrow, okay? Yeah, if you do, then you're doing it wrong, okay? You don't need to answer those questions every day. Let me see. So everybody got their book, version 16, Essentials of New Jersey Real Estate. That's what we're on right now?
Yes.
16. And by the way, you know, this is online, this is remote, we're covering a lot of dry material here, whether you're in class or remotely teaching this stuff. It is a lot of dry material, and I'm going to try to make it as interesting as possible. Okay. I'm going to try to keep you engaged and involved and interested, keep it interesting for you. Otherwise, this stuff can be very boring and can be very easy to fall asleep. And when I ask questions, I expect you guys to answer them and interact with me, because guess what? For an instructor teaching this stuff, I've had classes that bored the hell out of me too, and I could just fall asleep on you. So please interact with me as well, okay? Because otherwise, I'm just talking to a camera. I see your faces here on the screen right now, but you know, I'm looking at a camera here, and sometimes I got different windows open and I'm looking at slideshows and I got your pictures off to the side over there, but I'm not always concentrating on those. So please interact with me if I ask you any questions. I also throw out random polls just to make sure you didn't just throw the video or you didn't just log in here and trying to get credit. I'm going to throw out random polls as well. You know, you should all have your videos on for this class so that I can see that you're here and you're paying attention. But you will get asked polls as well, you know, for attendance. And it's no better time than now just to test it out. And we'll throw out a random poll right now for the beginning of class. You see the poll popped up on your screen. You're just going to click on where it says present. Do not select the one where it says do not select. Just click on present, everybody, if you could. You got one more person to do that. One more. Or do we have one person logged in twice? Nope, we do not. Okay. So I usually put this poll out there, this attendance poll. If you want to get credit for the day, you have to answer these polls.
I'm sorry. Hello. So, I'm sorry.
I'll usually keep the poll out there for like a minute or so. And then if you miss the poll, let's see if you get any credit for today.
Excuse
for
me.
This portion of the class, okay? So
Hello?
did everybody answer the poll? I got one person still.
Excuse me. Hello?
Yes, I'm here.
I can't figure out, for some reason on my laptop, it just keeps saying loading. So I'm doing it from my phone. Where exactly is this poll that you're referencing?
It would have popped up in a separate window on your screen. So you should have multiple windows open now on your screen. One with, right now, you just have the window with the video here from me, from Zoom, and another window Zoom popped up on you. On your cell phone, don't know if it works exactly the same, but I've had people that taken the class before with the cell phone as well. But tablets, cell phones, it should work the same, or something should pop up. So if you could, let's see, on your cell phones, what do? You press the center button or whatever, you swipe up, it shows you the multiple open screens on your window, on your device, whatever kind of device you're using. You got it, right? Danielle? You got to unmute yourself if you're talking. Danielle. Well, I see everybody answered the poll, but I just want to make sure everybody's familiar with the controls on how to unmute yourself to speak.
Okay. Yes, I got it.
Okay. Good. All right. And let me open up my slideshows that I'm going to need to teach this class. Get the screen. I'm going to have multiple windows open, like I said, when I teach this class. My screen, you guys have one screen open. You guys got the video that's open, and every now and then another window will pop open for when I do an attendance poll. But other than that, you got one screen open. I'm using a lot of resources on my computer. I'm transmitting this video to you. I'm managing the class. I throw out polls. I'm recording the class. I have a separate PowerPoint window open. Sometimes I have other windows open as well. So I got a lot going on my limited real estate on my screen. So I'm switching back and forth between a lot of windows. So just be aware of that. It's a little bit more complicated for me on what I'm doing here to manage these classes remotely as well. And let's see, I got my cell phone on silent right now so that I don't disturb the class. You guys should probably be paying attention in class as well. So probably should do the same. Even though we have distractions or could have distractions being at home, you try to let your family know, hey, listen, I'm taking a class, stay out of my room while I'm taking this class over here. Please keep the distractions to a limit, keep them limited, because I'm teaching class now, or you're attending class. Now, if you need to go to a bathroom or anything like that, you don't need to tell me about it. Just go take your bathroom break and come back as soon as possible. Okay. And let me see, I got my PowerPoint still opening up here. So in the meantime, I'll show you. Okay, so we got this book that we're going to be going over. Looks like a pretty thick book. A lot of information to go over in 2 weeks. You ever read a book that big in 2 weeks? Well, guess what? A lot of it in the back is, let's see, we got a glossary in the back. We've got an answer guide for after the end of each chapter, which, by the way, they don't call them chapters anymore. For some reason, they call them units now. So for each chapter or unit on page 615 in the back of the book, you may want to make a note somewhere. That's where you could find the answers to all the chapter quizzes or all the unit quizzes that we do at the end of each chapter. So we do there's key terms to review, and then there's quizzes. I don't do the quizzes. You guys could do them on your own or not. The answers are there where you could self check them to make sure they're right. If you don't know how they got to an answer, you could ask me in class and then I'll walk you through it. But we do the key terms to review, but we don't do the chapter quizzes. There's also, let's see, last 2 chapters, I think, are sample exams for you too. So we have the rules and regulations of the Real Estate Commission that gives us our licenses printed here in the back of the book. Yeah, a lot of rules. Then we have the laws of the state of New Jersey printed here in the back of the book as well. A lot of laws. Basically, the book is composed of these laws and rules and regulations that we need to follow. Then we have some sample exams at the back. And then there's a chapter just on math. We're not going to do a chapter just on math because that's the day everybody will play hooky. So instead, I'd rather do the math as we come across it. Okay, so let's see. And at the end of the day, we have 21 chapters that we're going to go through. So look at that. We didn't quite cut the book in half, but we skimmed a lot of the fat off of it, right? So now we're just going to be studying this instead of all of this, you know. So we broke off a lot of those, a lot of the content or a lot of those pages away from the book. So we're doing 21 chapters. Now, if you just crack open the front cover of the book, we got some math formulas and such, okay? I'll show you some information there that we're going to need to highlight. And I do have that on the slideshow, though. But before we get into it, let's just open up the slideshow and let me close out some extra Zoom windows I got open here, which I did not need. All I need is that video window. And boom. All right, so now I do have some of these videos. By the way, these slideshows are available to you in the shared Google Drive. That shared, I sent you an email with a link with, it says shared Google Drive or supplemental materials, something like that in the title. Let me open up my browser as well. I got a browser window open here. Let me just get it open to the right spot. And it shows the shared Google Drive. And I'm also going to open up an email I sent to your class. Or I'll just open one that's similar. Just go over what it is that I sent to you. Just give me 1 second to get those windows open. All right. So here's my web browser. I opened up here's an email similar to one I sent to you, except it would have your class ID listed in here. It says class share drive and recordings, and it'll have your class ID in there, something like SPD for salesperson day dash the start date. And if you scroll down just a little bit, it says content shared. Okay, so you see this this very first link. That is the link that'll take you to that shared Google Drive, where you could get access to these slideshows and all the supplemental materials for you. Some of the forms that we use that I'm going to be in the business that I share with you that may also be in the book. Well, I put them on that shared drive so you could download them and open them yourself if you wanted to. Now, all the content here, you don't need to download to your computer. I made another video here that shows you if you have Google or Gmail, you get access to free storage online, which they call it a Google Drive. You don't have to download the information to your computer and then upload it to your own drive. I created a tutorial here that shows you how to transfer or copy from my drive to your drive without having to download it first. Never seen that anywhere online. So it's something I figured out. If they change that, let me know if it doesn't work anymore, but I created a tutorial for that. And then you can see there's a list of full classes. See, your playlist for your class is going to be added here after today's class is generated. Then tomorrow I'll create a playlist for you guys, and I'll share that with you as well. But here are some past classes that were taught that you can use, all right, and watch the videos of. Sometimes students ask for resources where they could take quizzes and stuff like that. Well, I found a lot of websites out there, but there's only one I really found that seems similar to what New Jersey does, the way they word things on exams, and that is prorealestateexam.com. A lot of them say they're made specifically for New Jersey, but if you look at them, they're just branded for like every other state that's out there too. But it's the same nonsense that they don't word it like New Jersey does. Whoever created this website, I think they're from New Jersey, and they have something to do with the exams because they use wording more similar to the New Jersey exam. Of course, this is fee-based though, so you don't have to use this. You guys, what I teach you and the notes I give you and the quizzes in class, that should be enough. But if you want one of them interactive guides, you could go to this website. This is one that's legit. It uses the same kind of wording like New Jersey does. I have nothing to do with them. I used it when I got my salesperson license, when I got my broker's license, and again, when I went for my instructor's license. Quizlet.com, you may be familiar with. It's a free website where you could have real estate flashcards for the key terms, okay? A lot of this class is just learning a new language, the language of real estate. So there's a lot of new terms that you may not have heard, you may or may not have heard before, but we're going to learn these terms and definitions. And a lot of these exams are based on knowing the language, okay? Sure, there are some concepts and laws we need to know, but basically the language, if you understand the language, that's the majority of this exam, okay? So Quizlet, you could actually search the title of this book and find flashcard sets that other people have made out there from this school and other schools. You could just search the title of this book, find a flashcard set that somebody made up, and then pull that into your own and make it your own. And then you could edit those definitions if you don't like the way that they wrote them. So you don't need to recreate the wheel and starting your own flashcard set from scratch. And you can then have that on your cell phone or other device, you know, and you just use it. It's free. It's a free website, Quizlet.com. Here's some of the resources from our school, a little shameless advertising for us, right? Here's our, link to our Facebook page, facebook.com/Career Path Academy. Go there, love it, like it. I give away free stuff every now and then. At random, I'll, give away a laser tape measure, C Street dinner cruise, or Amazon Fire TV sticks and other nonsense like that to try to bribe you to go there and like our page. A little shameless advertising, I said, didn't I? Okay. Then, our website, Career Path Academy. We have our old and our new YouTube channels, Instagram. I really don't post up there that often. Twitter, I hardly ever use it. But anyway, the social media ones are decent, and I do post content and news on our Facebook page more often, where you can it's real estate related stuff that you may want to even add and or read those articles and the information I post and turn it into your own and put it into a blog post on your own real estate websites when you get them. All right, so that being said, that's out of the way. That is our email. That email that I sent you guys. Now, when you open up and you click on that shared Google Drive link, it's going to take you here. Okay, this is what the shared Google Drive looks like. You got a couple of folders. You got a supplemental material folder here. This is the one that has all those forms and things in there. I got updated advertising guidelines and all kinds of useful stuff, a math how-to study guide, but there's all kinds of forms, new student package. It tells you, also includes a job interview list of questions, but I also have a separate interview list of questions here as well. So when you go interviewing brokers to decide which broker you want to go work for, here's a bunch of pertinent questions you may want to ask them. All right. I realize some of you may have been sent here by brokers already, whether you were or you were not. Here's some interview questions to ask because it's important information you need to know. Whether you got sent here by a broker or not, thank them for sending you to me, but I'm here for you guys, not for them. So there's some important questions you need to ask in order to get started. There are some expenses involved in getting in real estate, and it's not just the class. There's things like you need to become a member of the Realtors Association, the MLS, you need to carry errors and omissions insurance, which your broker will carry, and you need to ask them, well, how much are they charging you for that? Do I have to pay it up front, or will you take it out of my first transaction? These are the types of questions we have in this sample interview sheet. Anyway, there's all kinds of forms here that we're going to use in class and we're going to go over. So let me back up to the one folder above that. Then we have the a folder with slideshows and links used in class that will be updated regularly. So if I'm making any modifications or changes to these slideshows as I'm teaching you, at the end of the day, I save them and then I'll upload those newer slideshows with the updated content in it, okay? Now there's one here that says version 16 book. These are just the stock slides we got from the manufacturer. The custom slides used in class, they're actually from the 15th version, but they don't resemble anything the book manufacturer gives. Just the background is different. They're highly customized slides, okay? You're not going to get these from any school or manufacturer. I made these slideshows, and they're basically notes that I dictate to students usually when we're in the classroom anyway. And then there's a Word document here, class links. These are any links that I may bring up in the classroom. Well, they could all be found in this class links Word document, which I need to update a little bit because I know I've added a lot more links into the slideshows. So I do need to update these to add all those other additional links still, but I'm trying to keep them all in a central place like that. So if you open up this one, custom slides used in class, you can see all 22 chapters. Chapter 22 is not updated because I never teach it. I just do math as we come across it. We're only doing up to chapter 21. You see here, and I update them regularly, as you can see. Look at the dates that they're last uploaded. I delete the ones that are there and I replace them with the updated ones when I make updates. All right. Does anybody have any questions for me before we get started in this? No questions?
I have a quick question.
Mhm.
You said we need two highlighters. Did you mean one for state and one for local, or just
Oh,
we're
no,
gonna
no,
do?
no, no. You're going to need two highlighters for all the highlighting I'm going to make you do in
Okay,
this book.
okay, I just want to clarify.
You know, there's going to be a lot of notes, you know, hey, look, a lot of teachers teach this class and they don't tell you to highlight a thing. You take your own notes or don't. It's up to you how you study, you know. I'm going to help you with your studies by telling you, I know stuff that's going to be on exams. You know, I mean, I don't know all the exact questions that they're asking, but I know the basic content that they ask about. We have a school exam and a state exam. I'm trying to prepare you for both of them, keep in mind. So there's going to be a lot of stuff that I'm going to have you highlight throughout this book, you know, things that may be on exams, you know. But it's important content that I know that you should know or maybe on exams. Okay, so that's the stuff that I'm going to have you highlight here. And that's that. As far as notes, you could either write down your own notes, type your own notes, or you could use these slideshows. Some of the slides that I have in these slideshows are really good. You should probably just print them from the slideshow, or maybe even take a shot with your camera if you're not going to go into them or search around for the slides later. You know, sometimes I'll tell people, you know, just you may want to take a picture of this, you know, for the screen here. Because there's some that are really good notes. As you can see, the book manufacturer is not perfect in how they write these books. Some things need to be updated, some things need to be further explained, and my slides basically do the explanations in a better job. Not to pat myself on the back or anything, but okay. I try to teach you guys in the way that I would want to be taught. I remember when I took this class and I was sitting in your position, after the fact, I was like, damn, my instructor could have explained this so much easier in a way that I could have understood it. Why didn't they just do it this way? Well, you know what? Now I'm an instructor. So guess what I do? I teach it in a way that I put myself in your position. I'm like, wait, there's got to be an easier way to explain this. And that's how I like to explain things to you. Okay. So hopefully that makes me a better instructor for you and makes it easier for you guys to learn things. Okay. Any other questions?
Yeah, actually, I do have a question.
Sure.
Will you give us the process how it's going to be for the state exam? Because, I mean, after the school exam comes the state exam. Will you give us the process, a walkthrough
Yep,
to
we're gonna
get
do
it?
this right here on the right here in the first chapter slideshow. We're gonna go through that
Okay.
that
Thank you.
process. But you could also go to our website too. If you just go to our website, hold on one second. Let me open up the website in the background here real quick. So when you go to our website, you know, here's the steps in signing up for the class, you know, the 3 steps, you know, signing up for the class. But I have, and here's our social media as well. And let's see, updates. Okay. I have some information here about check in when your real estate license is active or not after you've passed the state exam and you sent the paperwork in. Here's a shortcut, a link that I made that takes you to the database online where you could see when your name is showing in the Real Estate Commission's database as active licensed people. But let's see, where do I have these links? Okay, so right here, if we scroll down further, here is a video on how to enroll in the class. And then after you've taken this class and you passed it, what do you do? Well, this one is just for the basics on our policies and such, which I may need to update a little bit. That video is also showing our old website. But I have it written here, our school policy. For example, you have 6 months to complete this course. I mean, this class is two weeks to complete the 75 hours, but you also need to take and pass a school exam. We give you 6 months. So God forbid something should happen, life should get in your way, and you need longer to finish this course and pass the school exam. You have 6 months to do it for free. You can retake the class as many times as you want, within that period as well to complete and to have us certify the hours for the state. We give you up to 1 year of free retakes of this class for review purposes. So you could still keep retaking this class for free up to a year. So say you complete the course, you pass the school exam, but you want a refresher before you go take the state, you could sit in this class as many times as you want for up to a year. No additional expense. But if you did not finish your requirement of the hours and pass a school exam within a year, you could extend it one time. We allow an one-time extension for an additional $100 for another 6 months, where we will certify your hours and your exam for the state to get your license. Okay. Beyond that, you would have to pay and retake the whole entire course over again. But these are things that other schools do not allow you to do. This is something unique and special with our school here, because other schools, you take this class one time, that's it. You know, you want to take a refresher, you're paying for it. You want to take the exam more than one time, you're paying for it. Hell, you may have to pay for it the first time. We include the first 2 attempts at your school exam in your tuition. If you should need more, it's $20 for every 2 additional attempts. There's no limitation on attempts. We don't require you to retake the whole entire class before you take the school exam again. Some schools actually do that, and they require you to pay for it. You know, we don't do any of that. We include it all in there because we want you to be successful, and we're not trying to nickel and dime the hell out of you. You may find this course even cheaper at some other schools, but they nickel and dime you. It ends up being more expensive in the long run. But anyway, we add a lot of bonus materials, the recordings of the class and all that stuff. You have to be present for at least 80% of the class time. So that means that, you know, it's a 75-hour course. You can't miss more than 15 hours of class. If you do, you need to make up the time. Well, we give you 6 months to do that. So there you go. You could sit in any class to make up that time. But if you're going to be mixing classes like that, we want you to keep an attendance sheet for yourselves of what dates you were in class, what were the hours you were here, what chapters were covered. And then we'll confirm that through the Zoom records. We're not going to be searching Zoom records to try to figure out what classes you were in. Okay. Did everybody understand that? That requires everybody to say yes, Victor.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
That's a very important point I want to make, because I get people that do this all the time, and they're like, "Oh, you never said nothing." Listen, I'm telling you right now, I'm not going to be trying to scour Zoom records. Plus, Zoom only keeps them for so long. I got to download these things, you know, and I got to certify your records, you know. And if you waited too long, then I got to get them to pull it out of archive, and then trying to figure out which ones. It becomes a pain in the butt, you know. So keep track of your attendance if you're not going to be staying in one class, okay, or if you're going to have to make up hours elsewhere. All right, and then let's see, if we go down to after you anyway, if you keep reading on this page, it tells you what to do. But we could also go here, see salesperson school exam registration. So after you finish these hours, you click on that link right here, and there's going to be another video on this page. And this one tells you how to register for and take the school exam, as well as after you pass the school exam, how to register and take the state exam. And then I have a bunch of links here that tell you specifically what to do. This very first link has most of this information in it. It's a link on the Real Estate Commission's website. Tells you about registering for the state exam and for fingerprinting. But I also have those direct links to that stuff here. So, for example, the in-person and remote, the state exam can be taken in person or remotely. And you can take them online. But you can't have anybody else in the room with you. You can't be talking to anybody. You can't have a cell phone in the room with you, anything like that. You got to have your video camera and your audio on to take these exams remotely, though. So they're making sure that you're not cheating. And this is a direct link to going to the to that website for PSI. There's the state's testing center. to register to take the state exam. Now, you're not taking the real estate broker combo because you're not going for a broker's license. You're going to become an instructor. You want to click on this one, real estate salesperson combo. Now, the weird thing is if you click on the broker, it'll allow you to register for that exam, but you're not getting a broker's license and they won't give you credit for it. And they're going to require you to take the salesperson exam over again to get the salesperson license. So make sure you click on the right exam here. You want to click on the salesperson combo. I don't know why they call it a combo, but you got to click on this one, whether you're taking it online at one of their locations or online here. Proctored means somebody's watching you taking it, you know, and they're recording it. All right, and then it tells you what kind of IDs you need to present on the screen, you know, to certify who you are. You need to have at least one photo ID, yada, yada. Back to our website. Then we got fingerprinting. You need to get fingerprinted. So there's a form you need to print out and take with you. You got to fill it out and take with you to the fingerprinting center. The fingerprinting center, the company that's contracted to do that is this company called Identigo. It doesn't matter if you got fingerprinted for another government job or something recently, you got to get it done again separately for this. Okay, so you click on this unroll.identigo. And it asks you to enter a code. What is that code about? Well, if you were to click on that universal fingerprinting form here and open that up, remember I told you you need to take it with you when you go fingerprinting to get the fingerprinting done. Here's the code. You see it says service code 2F1FTK. It's right here on this form. Don't call me up asking. I don't know it. I don't memorize it. I'll say it's on the fingerprinting form. Fingerprinting is $66.05 to get fingerprinted. Okay, but you need to fill out this. You need to take this code. You copy this code, and then you go to the Identigo website. You go in here. You click that. You put it right in there, and you click go. And now it knows that you need to get fingerprinted for the New Jersey Real Estate Commission salesperson license, right? So then you're going to schedule your appointment. You're going to have to first create a login for yourself on their website. They tell you what kinds of IDs you need to bring with you to the fingerprinting center. You don't need to be a citizen to get a license here in New Jersey. New Jersey is also a sanctuary state, so you could be here illegally in the United States and still get a professional license. How do they work the IDs? I have no idea. Last I spoke to the Real Estate Commission, they weren't sure how they were going to handle it, but whatever, that's not my problem. You go in here and you fill out your information, and they're going to give you a list of different types of acceptable IDs when you get to that point. But you need to bring with you 2 valid IDs. One of them has to be a U.S. government issued photo ID, okay, in order to get your fingerprinting done. I believe also to get your exam. And isn't that interesting? You need to produce a photo ID to get fingerprinted for a real estate license, but not to vote. Go figure. Isn't that what the big argument is every election season? Funny thing, huh? So let's see. Now, after you've passed your state exam, you've got your fingerprinting done, you found a broker to affiliate with after you pass your state exam, there's some paperwork the testing center gives you. You need to take it to the broker that you're going to work for. They need to sign it that they hired you and that you're going to be working under their supervision. And then they send all that paperwork into the state to get your license for the first time, along with either a money order or a broker's check for $160 made out to the state treasurer of New Jersey to activate your license. So how do you know when you got your license? They don't send you one in the mail anymore. So your broker can print it out for you, or you can print it out yourself. But first you got to see if you got a license. See this tiny URL, NJRE license search? this link right here. I have the, that's a shortcut that I created. It takes you to the Real Estate Commission's database. If I click on that, let me close some of these other links in the background. And you could see there's you could search for a licensee's information to find out if they're actively licensed. Okay, so I'm going to type in my information, Kaminsky V for my first initial, Victor, or you could type in your whole name there. And I'm going to click a search. And you could see actively licensed broker of record for 2 agencies. This is my regular agency. This is my referral company. Now, EMP reference number, the reference number is your license number. EMP is employer reference number. So this is my company. This is this company's license number, and this is this company's license number. You can see this number remains the same because that's my personal license number, 044-8072. They call it a reference number. But once your name is showing in this database and it's showing actively licensed, well, now you know what? Now you know what your license number is. Take a note of that, write it down somewhere, okay? And then you could click on that and it'll show you, when you're licensed as of, who you're licensed under, And now you could start working once your name is showing in this database, but not before. Now, in order to print your pocket card license, the license, let me see, I think I got an old one sitting around here somewhere on my desk. Okay. Here's one for my referral company. I got an old one. There's a link here where you could go use that, take your license number now that you know, and create a login for yourself on the Real Estate Commission's website and print out your own pocket card license that you must carry with you anytime you're conducting business. So this is what it looks like. Let me try to highlight myself here on screen. Spotlight for everyone. Okay, it's nothing fancy about it. Hold on, let's come on, camera, focus. There we go. Nothing fancy about it. Yeah, this is an older license, but either way, it has my name on there, reference number, what company I'm associated with, the date I printed it out, yada yada yada. Okay, that's your real estate license that you need to carry with you anytime you're conducting business. They used to have them on these fancy green paper with the water mark on it, but they don't do that anymore. You just print out your own license now, or have your brokers do it for you. And that's the process of getting your license. Okay, let's go through it now on the slideshow. So here are those 2 videos that I showed you where they are on our website. One is on the front page. One is on the register for the school exam page, and which is also on the, with all those links and resources to fingerprinting and getting the state exam registration done. But that's also can be found on the school exam website. So, by the way, so when you register, remember, this is the salesperson exam website on our website for registering for the school exam. It gives you instructions, and then if you scroll all the way down, by the way, if you need more than the 2 attempts, you have to pay for 2 more attempts. Okay, remember, your first 2 exam attempts are included in the class. You don't need to pay for them. Okay. This is only if you need a 3rd or 4th attempt, okay? And so you fill out this enrollment verification to verify your hours and that you're legit and all that stuff, okay? And then we enter you into a separate exam system where we create the exam questions. We didn't create the database that delivers it to you. The testing system that's delivered on our website is through a 3rd party that we pay them for their software to be able to deliver it to you. And it's funneled through our website. So after you fill all this stuff out to register for taking the school exam, then we enter you into their system, and then you can take the school exam on our website by coming here and clicking on Start the Salesperson School Exam. So you get 4 hours to take it. Passing score is a 70%. There's 110 questions on the school exam, just like the state exam has 110 questions. Passing score is 70%. So you need to get 77 questions right, no more than 33 questions wrong. Okay, 33 questions wrong is passing with a 70. So once again, here's the video on how to register for the school exam, state exam, get fingerprinted, all that information, which I just went over with you. I got to hear in this video again.
Sorry, how many questions is it again?
110. Although the state exam gives you usually an extra 10 questions that are not graded. So if they give you 120 questions, answer all the questions, okay? Don't be like, well, Vic said there's only 110, so I'm only answering 110, okay? I had a student that did that before, and then they tried blaming me because they failed the exam because they didn't answer all the questions because I told them there was only 110, okay? So however many questions they give you, answer them, okay? Till it says done, okay? But there's 110 graded questions on the state exam, just like the school exam, okay? And passing score is 70%. So you can't get more than 33 questions wrong. Otherwise, you did not pass. All right, so here's some rules about taking the, how to take the school test online. And then if we scroll down a little bit further at the end, you'll see this, New Jersey Real Estate Final Exam. You see our logo here. You're going to put in your email address in here, and then you click continue, and then it'll start asking you a series of other questions that you may not have provided to us when you registered for taking the school exam, or you may not have answered when you registered to take this class because they were not mandatory fields to fill out. But even though we asked them, like, what is your date of birth and social security number? Well, before you can take the school exam, we need to know this, because if you pass the school exam, it's required fields for us to upload this information to the state. And without it, you're not taking the state exam. Don't complain to me about it. Complain to the Real Estate Commission. God knows I have many times. I don't think that the schools should be collecting that information. There's other ways that you can input that on your own. But they don't have it set up that way. So it is what it is. I'm just bearing that message to you. And then after you answer these questions, it's going to go right into the exam, and you're going to take the exam right on this page here on our website. Okay? As you can see, it's embedded in this page. You see this? There's one page embedded inside another. And so if you need to go back on questions, do not click on the browser's back button. There will be a back button here and a next button. Okay, that's how you'll navigate through the exam. So there'll be one exam question per page. After you answer it, you click next, go to the next question. You could go back and change questions and all that stuff. All right. And then at the end, it says, you complete, are you sure, you want to submit, boom, and it gives you your score instantly. Okay. Any other questions for me? No? Okay, excellent. So I guess you guys are excited to get hopping right into it, right? Start learning about some real estate. Well, I'll tell you what. If we were just to go according to this book, you're not going to learn about real estate until we get into like the third day of class, because the first couple chapters are all about the laws, rules, and regulations and how not to break them. But when I explain the laws, rules, and regulations, I explain how they affect you in real estate. So I do put a real estate spin on it. So you do start learning about real estate right away. And let's get started. Okay, you should see it on your screen now, that slideshow again, right?
Yes, I see it.
Okay, thank you. So once again, these are those two videos that I just showed you on those two pages on our website. I should update this because I think this is even higher now. but this shows you through that back office for the testing software that we give, the average score that students who take our tests that go through our school, they're averaging 81.3%, or 81, wait, I'm sorry, 81.3% of our students are averaging a score of 89.5 out of 110. Okay. So that's what the average scores are of our students. So most of our students do well, because like I get people that ask all the time, well, how are your students? What are their averages? You know, because some schools they advertise out there, oh, the students they've got 100% pass rate. You know, oh, bullshit. You know, it's I mean, I could tell you that for 1 month, and then the next class it's different. You know, it depends on the students and their habits. You know, so any school that's out there trying to sell you their school because of their how their students are performing, well, we got no control over our students' performance. All I do is teach you the content, and if I taught the content and explained it in a way that you could understand it, then we're going to move on to the next topic. If you don't understand something that I've explained to you guys, I want you to stop me and ask me, say, wait a minute, can you repeat that? Or I didn't get it, so that I could explain it in a way you could understand it. Okay. Everybody follow me on this? Because once I've done that, I've done my job. And now it's up to you to take notes and study it, to remember it, so that by the time you come across the last day, you didn't completely forget the stuff that you studied the first day. But as long as I've explained it in a way that you could understand the content, I've done my job. Okay. Now it's on you as a student to take some responsibility and study your notes, because nothing here in this class is going to be rocket science, but it is a lot of content, a lot of information to learn, which is not a small task. I'll give you that. Okay. So I just don't want anybody coming and blaming me later for why they did not pass the exam if they don't pass the exam. That would be because you did not study or pay attention, or you're playing video games or watching TV in the background, or logging in and walking away and, you know, doing whatever it is that students do. Okay. So as a student, you're paying for this course, just like if you were going to college. You know, you don't pay all that money just to skip class or not pay attention, right? You want to learn something here. So my job is to instruct, explain in a way you understand. If I've done that, I've done my job, and now it's on you. Okay.
Sounds good.
Okay. Okay, so here you can see this is our school's license. We are licensed here, licensed school with the New Jersey Real Estate Commission. Here's the welcome letter from the director, which is me, by the way. Hi, I'm not the only one who teaches classes here. I have other instructors as well. Sometimes students come into class, I send them links last minute, and I didn't verify whether they made their payments for class or any of that stuff yet. So if you did not pay for class yet, make sure you get it paid for, because you're not going to get processed to the state, because I do verify all that information that you paid for class and you completed the hours before I pass your information on to the state. So you're not getting past the school to the state exam until you've completed the hours and paid for the course. You may have gotten this far and not paid for it yet, because sometimes I let students get through to get started, but I will verify this before you're allowed to move on beyond that point. So if you haven't done that, make sure you get it taken care of. If you've been convicted of a felony within the last 5 years, especially certain things like conspiracy to defraud, theft, etc., you may not get your license right away. You may not be able to get it at this time. So let the instructor know, and we can cancel the course, unless you'd like to still take the course, because you do get a lot of good information out of it. If you're looking to buy a house or etc., or start investing in real estate, you can get a lot of good information out of this class either way still. There are no refunds for the book, though. Once you get the book, you know, people mark them, all that's used now. So no refunds for that. Students have 6 months to initially complete the course. We already explained this. Passing, let's see, You must be present for at least 80% of the time, 75 hours. Can't miss more than 15 hours. So you have to be present for 60 hours. We do those periodic polls in class like I've already done this morning. Keep track of your own attendance if you're going to be mixing and matching or maybe missing classes. School exam, just like the state exam, 110 questions, passing score 70. They may give you 120 questions on the state exam, but they only grade 110. School exam, your first 2 attempts are free. Additional attempts for the salesperson exam is $20 for every 2 additional attempts, should you need more than the first 2 free ones. But you don't just go and pay. You also have to call me up and let me know that you needed to do this, because there's a security lock that gets put on your account, and I need to remove that lock so that you could take the exam 2 more times again. Okay. Now, how long do you have to complete your education or to get your real estate license from the time you pass the school exam? 1 year. 1 year to the day. Repeat this after me. A year is a year is a year, not a day more.
A year is a year, not a year and a day more.
A year is a year is a year and not a day more. So from the time you pass, that day that you pass the school exam, remember, you can't take the school exam until you finish the hour requirement. So once you finish the hour requirement and you take and you pass the school exam, we're going to give you a completion certificate as well as upload you to the state's website. It takes maybe a couple of days to get that taken care of. Now, you will have 1 year from that day to register and take the state exam, get fingerprinted, find a broker to affiliate with, send all that paperwork into the state along with a broker's check or a money order, no personal checks, for $160 made out to the state treasurer of New Jersey to get your license for the first time. Okay. And that license is generally good for 2 years, depending on when you're sending that paperwork into the state. Everybody's license comes up for renewal at the same time, June 30th of odd years. We're in June right now. So guess what? Everybody's license is going to be renewing at the end of this month. So after these 2 weeks, if you manage to go take your exam really quick and pass it and get fingerprinted, hold off until after June 30th before you mail it into the Real Estate Commission. Otherwise, you're going to pay $100 to renew the license. So you're going to pay $160 to get it. The license will be good for 2 days, and then you got to pay $100 to renew it again. Okay, don't do that. Okay, I'm giving you a heads up. Everybody, you heard that, right?
Yes.
Yes, Victor. Okay, I want to make sure everybody gets this, guys. I don't want to listen. I've had students that have done this in the past, and I want to make sure that you're not wasting your money here. Okay, because it could cost you an additional $100. Now that $160, if you get it, if you send it in at all that paperwork after June 30th, you'll enjoy the full 2-year licensing term for $160. Okay, now your license is only $100. When the first time you get your license, though, there's an extra $60. That's why it's $160. $50 goes to a background check, and $10 goes to something we call the guarantee fund. We'll learn about that at the end of this chapter. Okay, but the first time your license costs a little bit more. It's $160. Every time you renew it, it's only $100. Okay, so do not send it in before June 30th. After June 30th, mail it in. Okay. Now, I've had students that said, well, I sent it in before June 30th because it figures there's at least 3 days before they get the mail, right? And government gets their mail a lot quicker, guys. Okay. It works like a inter-office agency, kind of like they get mail within the government within a day or two. All right. But don't try timing it. You know, Tasha, I see you got your hand up. Don't raise your hand though. Just just talk to me if you have a question, okay? Because I may not be looking at the videos normally, okay, to be able to see that you got your hand up, and I can only see so many of you at a time. So if you have a question for me, please just unmute yourselves and say, excuse me, I got a question, okay? Go ahead, Tasha, what'd you have to say?
So my question is, so let's say we pass the school exam and we set up the appointment for the state exam. The state exam can be done before June 30. That's correct?
Yes.
But not sending all the documents before June 30.
Correct. You can finish all the information. The state doesn't get it yet until you mail in your completion certificate, because the exam center will give you a printed a completion certificate that you need to then take to your broker. You need to check off on it which license type you're applying for, because there's going to be two of them that you could apply for, either a referral agent who cannot work directly with clients, or a salesperson. You're here trying to get the salesperson's license, most likely.
Correct.
And then there's an area where you need to sign, and then there's an area where your broker needs to sign to confirm that they that they entered into an employment agreement with you and that you're going to be working under their supervision. Okay, so after that paperwork's been signed that you got from the testing center by you and your broker, and you checked off what license type that you're applying for, you're going to send that in along with your fingerprinting paperwork. You go get fingerprinted. There's that form you need to get. And the fingerprinting center is also going to give you something that looks like a cash register receipt. You'll staple that to that fingerprinting form. So you're going to send in the paperwork from the testing center, the fingerprinting center, and that broker's check or a money order, no personal checks, made out to the state treasurer for $160 to get your license. Do not send that paperwork in before June 30th, because we're so close to June 30th right now. If you send it in the day, and they get it the day before June 30th, you need to renew your license, because your license was only good for one day. Now, I've had students that sent this in, and that scenario happened. And they're like, Vic, can you call the Real Estate Commission for me? I sent my paperwork in, and they're telling me I still need to renew my license. I only had it for one day. And I made the stupid mistake of actually calling and trying to advocate, because I'm a people pleaser. I tried to help my students out. And I called the Real Estate Commission. I was like, well, they mistakenly sent it in right away and they got their license, but it was only good for one day. Now they need to pay another $100 to renew it. And they said, yeah. And I was like, yeah, but they paid $160. They didn't even they had their license for a day. And the Real Estate Commission's response was this: well, they got to enjoy their license for the remainder of the licensing period. One day. And then you pay $100 for the next 2 years. Okay, so keep in mind, they don't play around when it comes to this. It's all about the moolah, right? All right, moving on. Listen, I have this as part of the slideshow, and other instructors teach the class as well. I'm telling you, I'm never going to have you guys taking turns reading sections of this book in class. Talk about a snooze fest, plus people got some poor reading skills too. So that would be, that's an awful way to teach a class, for a teacher to have students reading out loud paragraphs in class. We do that in kindergarten to make sure you're learning how to read and you understand how to read. You don't do that in adult learning here, okay? This is poor instruction, and we don't condone this at all in our school. We also don't give quizzes in class. You do that on your own time. There's quizzes at the end of each chapter. The only thing that we do is we do the key terms to review at the end of each chapter. The kind of quizzing I rather do in class, which is a lot quicker, is after I just explain something, I'm going to ask you a question from time to time about the things that I just spoke about. Kind of keeps you on your toes to make sure that you're paying attention, number one, and to find out quickly if you're understanding it. And if not, I can address it right away, even if you're not asking me to repeat something. This is the way that I try to teach the class, and it tends to be very effective. Okay, so this is the way I do things. Am I putting you on the spot? Yeah, maybe sometimes. Yeah. So pay attention. Okay. Hey, you're paying me to teach you so that you could get your exam. So I'm doing my job here. I'm trying to make you guys good students. Okay. So students attending these online classes, please be fully clothed in class. You know, you should have your cameras on in class. If you don't got them on today, please have them on the other days, because I'm going to need you to have your cameras on so I could see your faces and make sure that you're paying attention here in class and see what's going on. We're supposed to have our cameras on here in class, as well as I do those periodic attendance polls that I throw out. You're going to need highlighters in class. So if you don't have them, make sure you get them. If you miss the stuff I tell you to highlight today, well, get a highlighter for tomorrow or at lunchtime so that you could be highlighting stuff later on. No harassment or disrespect towards others in class. Come on, let's keep things civil. Don't be drinking, smoking weed, getting high, or doing whatever it is that you do. You know, you'd be surprised some of the stuff that people do in these classes when we're teaching them remotely, when they're in the comfort of their own home. You know, I don't want to be seeing people getting drunk or getting wasted in class. Okay, not the environment for it. Any complaints or praise, I accept constructive criticism very well. So, you know, I'm the one teaching this class. You'd be sending it to me anyway, but I take it very well. So if you got any complaints about anything, yeah, you could express those with me. Just send me an email or call me after class and we can discuss anything that you have issues with. Okay. Or suggestions for. All right. Here are the basics that we need to go over. All schools are required. The Real Estate Commission requires us to go over this stuff with you. And it will seem like we're repeating it at one point, which I'm going to start speeding it up and just getting through it real quick. So before you make a commitment to the real estate class, you need to make sure you meet all the requirements. I'm sure most of you did this before you ever signed up for the class. You know, you need to be 18 years of age or older. You need to have a high school education or its equivalent, you know, like a GED, whether it's in this country or another country. I don't need to see your diploma, neither does the state. They're just taking your word for it. If it should come into question, then they may ask for proof, but as of now, they just want to know that you completed a high school education level. So you should be free of a criminal history or at least a felony history within the last 5 years. Okay. They do believe in redemption. People do stuff maybe when they're young and dumb, you know, and they believe in redemption. So 5 years and over, you don't need to really talk about. But they do ask qualifying questions. If they do ask if you ever got arrested for something, tell them that you did if you did. Okay. They're big on honesty. Okay. Don't just be like, oh, that was more than 5 years ago and Victor told me I didn't have to. No, depending on how they word the question. If they say if you ever got arrested or if you got arrested within the last 5 years or if you got convicted for something, okay, just answer truthfully and honestly. Okay. They're not looking for things like DWI or if you got busted smoking a joint or something. That's not what they're looking for. But if they ask you a question, you were arrested for it, then just disclose it, please. Be honest, because even though the offense may not prevent you from getting the license, the lie will, because it shows that you don't have good integrity and honesty, which is something they look for as a characteristic to give you a license, to get access to lock boxes. This is a lockbox, digital lockbox, where we put people's keys in it that gives you access to open up their front door to get into their house. If they know that you're a thief and you're a liar, they're not going to want to give you access to people's houses. Make sense? Why?
Yes.
Okay. So you're all 18 years of age or older?
Yes.
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 Okay. By the way, if you were convicted of any crimes, any felonies within the last 5 years, and you wish to bail out of the class for whatever reason pertaining to that, you could send me a private message or an email on it. Okay. If you're, by the way, if you see the chat window, there's a chat window here. Make sure that you select, you could send a message directly to me, but you could also send a message directly to the entire class, which is the default setting. So if you click on chat, make sure that you click on that blue button that says everyone and select Victor Kaminsky there from the drop down. Somebody's listed as administrator. I don't know who that is. I don't know why, but that's what they put their name in as. But you would send it to Victor Kaminsky, because I'm the instructor here. Okay. And if you want to send a private message to me, by the way. Okay. Let's see. So there will be points where I do math problems and stuff, and I'll say, well, don't shout them out. Just send them to me, and I'll tell you if you got them right or wrong. You know. So make sure that you don't send them to the entire class. That you direct it directly to me. Okay. When we do things like that. Okay, let's see. As noted above, the law says that an applicant for a real estate license must establish good general character, honesty, trustworthy, and integrity. Don't lie about getting arrested if you were. Don't lie about having a high school education if you don't have one. Convictions for shoplifting and other offenses and convictions specified, which occurred more than 5 years ago, or the loss of a real estate or other professional license for any cause, may constitute grounds for denial of a license, depending on the situation and what happened. But you still disclose it anyway, okay? Consequently, the commission considers the date and nature of all convictions. In other words, it's not necessarily going to prevent you from getting the license. They're big on honesty, your character, your integrity. So the purpose of this notice is to urge you to consider whether such incidents may disqualify you for getting a real estate license, but there's no way to know for sure without asking the real estate commission. Here's a phone number where you can just call their investigations department and ask them, but they're not going to be able to tell you until they actually look into your case anyway, or definitively tell you anyway. Okay, so should you pass your exam, you're required they're going to give you a questionnaire that asks you all kinds of qualifying questions, and that becomes a part of your application for your license. And if you lied on any of those questions, it is reason for them to fine you and revoke your license should that occur. And you'll see throughout these slideshows, I'll have examples from the disciplinary actions page on the Real Estate Commission's website, where you could see people who were actually accused and found guilty of certain violations of real estate licensing law and the actions that were taken against those people. So here are the screening questions that they ask you when you apply for the license. With the exception of motor vehicle violations, have you ever been convicted of a crime, misdemeanor, or disorderly persons offense in the state of New Jersey, any other state, or by the federal government? And are you presently on probation or parole? Answer, honest. Is there a criminal complaint, disorderly persons charge? Are you in any pretrial intervention programs, etc.? Have you ever had a real estate or professional license in this state or any other state ever revoked or suspended or surrendered? Are you behind on child support by more than 6 months? Are you under the age of 18 at the time you're taking the exam? Anybody here have a real estate license in New Jersey or in any other state?
No, I don't.
Are you a high school graduate or holder of a GED?
Yes.
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 And do you currently hold a real estate license issued in another state? Okay. And they'll go over these things over and over again, but here's some examples where I took screenshots from the Real Estate Commission's disciplinary actions page on their website, where it's a database that you can search through or browse through, not really search, but you could browse through it and you could find things. So I browse through them and I find things like this. I use them as examples to show you in class that they actually do take actions against people sometimes. So let's take a look at this guy. I don't know why I crossed out his name. I got it over here anyway, Pateta. This was recently, last year. Office of Administrative Law, and found Pateta in violation of 4515 NJSA, that stands for New Jersey statutes, And real estate law in New Jersey is starts with 4515. So this is read as Title 45, Chapter 15, dash whatever the subcode is within the law. You guys ever get a speeding ticket or a parking ticket or anything like that? They gotta specify on there what law you broke on the ticket, and you'll see something that looks like this, right? But the numbers will be different. Anytime the numbers begin with 45:15, it has to deal with real estate law. If it deals with 11:5, that has to deal with the Real Estate Commission's rules. So let's see that he is convicted on charges of felony tax evasion, which constitutes conduct demonstrating unworthiness, incompetency, bad faith, or dishonesty. And he failed to notify the Real Estate Commission within 30 days that he was convicted of this. And let's see, violation of the conditions of his probationary real estate license, failure to disclose that he was convicted for felony tax evasion. So he had voluntarily surrendered his insurance producer's license, but he never disclosed that either. So they gave him a $10,000 fine and revoked his real estate license. Be honest. This person, this was in 2020, failed to notify the Real Estate Commission within 30 days of criminal charges being filed against her for whatever reason. So her salesperson license was suspended, not revoked, but suspended for a period of time. And then she had to pay $500 fine, and her license was going to be on an extended probationary period for 2 years. Okay, so not everybody's license gets revoked because they didn't disclose something. It depends on the severity of the thing too, but they're big on honesty, guys. So make sure you just disclose. And if you're ever arrested for something, how soon do you need to notify the Real Estate Commission that you're arrested or you have charges pending against you? 30 days. You see this up here? 30 days. And up here, 30 days. So that may be an exam question for you too. Here's where you'd go register. Once again, this is the same link that I have on our website here. Registering for the state exam. Here's the link to it. psiexams.com/NJRE. Don't bother trying to go there and register for it now because it's going to give you, you could go and create a login for yourself on the website, but it's not going to let you register for the exam in advance 2 weeks from now because I have not entered you into their system yet. Okay. So it's not going to allow you to schedule an exam until I entered you in the system. Okay, at the time, the screening questions, they tell you about disclosing any convictions, they're just repeating themselves here again. Okay, you got to get fingerprinted. I already went over that. Here's that link on the Real Estate Commission's website. I did not go to that one. That's, even though that was the first link on our website. As you could see, let me see, the registering for the salesperson exam. Remember under here, there's all these links. Here's that first link here that says about state exam and fingerprinting. Okay, this is the same link that takes you right here. This is the same link. Here, I'll even share it with you guys in the chat window, show you how the chat window works if I send a message to everybody. So this takes you to this page here, and you can see up here, you could take the state exam remotely or in person. That's the link to register for it after you've completed your education requirement. You scroll down a little bit further, it says to get fingerprinted. Here's the link to download that universal fingerprinting form. And I also have that link directly right here on our website. on the registering for the school exam page. And then the, let's see, universal form. Yeah, and then on the form, it gives you the link to that fingerprinting, which on my website, I give you that directly here. It's unroll.identico. So here's that registering for the salesperson exam with all those other links and stuff on our website. I'll give you the direct links to those things. Oh, you're not even seeing that. You're still seeing the slideshow. By the way, if I'm ever explaining something and you're not seeing it on screen, it doesn't match up with what I'm saying, let me know that you're not seeing it on your screen. So I was just showing you this, the Real Estate Commission's website. Okay, here's that link that shows you the for registering for the fingerprinting for the state exam, and then scrolling down a little bit further, the link for the universal fingerprinting form. Okay. I just noticed that you were still on the slideshow. Sorry about that. Remember, I got a bunch of windows open on my screen, so I have to switch screens of what is visible to you. So if you're not seeing on the screen what I'm talking about, I need somebody to open their mouth and tell me, Vic, we're still on the slideshow. Okay. Just give me a little kick in the butt. Let me know so that I can make sure that you're seeing what you need to be seeing. Okay. And then on our website, we got all these links over here. So that's the link that I just sent you as well from our website that has all these links on it. Okay, so let's go back to the slideshow. Let me close out these links on that thing here. And go back to the slideshow. All right. So once again, a year is a year is a year. No excuses. I've already explained that to you guys, right? And so what do you need to accomplish within that 1 year? Well, you need to pass the state exam. You need to get fingerprinting done. You need to find an employing broker to work under. You got to submit all that paperwork to the Real Estate Commission, which includes the paperwork from PSI Testing Center, the completed universal fingerprinting form, and get that cash register looking receipt that they give you at the fingerprinting center. And you have to have a broker's check or money order made out to this, for $160 made out to the state treasurer to actually get the license. And if the student does not submit the application with all that information within 1 year, you need to come back, pay for school, and retake the entire class and start all over again. There are no exceptions for any reason whatsoever. That's the state's rule, not mine. Okay? So when we give you your completion certificate after you pass a school exam, that date on there is the date that you pass a school exam. You have 1 year from that day to get your license activated. Not 1 year to just take and pass the state exam. You understand that? Not just 1 year to take and pass the state exam, 1 year to get your license activated.
Should I take a picture of that, or should?
Sure. You can. Here, I'll back it up for you. There you go. Let me know when you got it.
So it's gonna take a year for us to activate our license?
No, you could get this done in like 3 weeks. You know,
okay.
I mean, the class is 2 weeks. You could take your school exam at the end of it, register and take the state exam, get fingerprinted. You maybe have a broker already lined up and send all that paperwork in. You can get it all done in like 3 weeks. You know, it's a tight schedule.
I'm all good with the picture.
But you get a year to do it. You can't go over a year. If you go over a year, you got to start all over again. They give you a year. Okay. They give you up to a year. It doesn't take a year. They give you up to a year, which is very generous. Do you agree? That's a very generous amount of time. Somebody always has an excuse of why they missed the deadline though. I know that things happen in people's lives,
Thank you.
You're welcome. I know things happen in people's lives. Maybe they got into a car accident. Maybe a relative got sick or something happened. Or, stuff happens. As far as the Real Estate Commission, when you boil it down to it, though, the Real Estate Commission looks at it as it's an excuse. Okay, you had a year. Okay, so not to be harsh with anybody or anything, but that's what it boils down to. So you have 1 year to get that done. If not, you got to start all over again.
I'm all good, by the way, with the picture.
Okay. Everybody good? I could change the slide?
Yes.
All right. By the way, if nobody ever answers me, I'm just going to change the slide. I'm going to assume you got it. All right. So we're going to actually get started in the book now. So chapter 1, real estate licensing. In this chapter, we're going to describe the different classes of the New Jersey real estate licenses, including the qualifications for and exemptions from licensure, explain licensing procedures for the New Jersey residents as well as out-of-state residents, as well as learning about what rental referral agencies are. Does anybody here not live in New Jersey? Okay, great.
No.
Well, you can get your license here, even if you don't live in New Jersey. You still can get your real estate license here. There's just an additional form you'd need to sign called which basically gives your consent to be to agreeing to be sued in the state, that you're going to come back to New Jersey. If any charges are ever brought up against you for anything, you agree to have them heard in New Jersey.
I have a question.
Yeah, go ahead.
My license is Virginia, but I am a New Jersey homeowner.
Okay.
So would I be considered out of state, or
no?
Because all my identification is Virginia.
Wait. Where do you live?
I own a home in Middlesex, New Jersey.
Okay.
I do live in New Jersey, okay, but I also own a home in Virginia. So all of my everything is through Virginia. My license, my ID. Everything is Virginia.
But you're living in New Jersey?
Yes.
You don't have any, do you have any IDs or anything that shows that you're in New Jersey?
No, New Jersey doesn't accept dual residency. And it makes more sense because I own a farm in Virginia.
Well, I understand why a lot of people would not transfer their licenses when they live in New Jersey, and they, you get cheaper insurance from other states and such like that for your car, but yeah, if you can't show that you actually live in New Jersey based on any paperwork.
I mean, I do own a home here, so would that suffice?
Well, you need to show somehow,
okay,
sort of an ID or something that shows that you live here in New Jersey. If you can't do that, then you're going to have to sign an additional document that shows that you agree to be consent to be sued here in the state.
Okay.
But other than that, you can put down your New Jersey, your New Jersey address on everything for mailings and all that. But when you go to get fingerprinted or you go to take your exam, they want to see something with that address. So make sure you bring a bill or something, credit card bill, something with your New Jersey address on it.
Okay, perfect.
Okay. So here's the inside cover of the front of the book. If you just crack open the cover of the front of the book here, just open up the cover, the inside cover of the front of the book. Here are some things to highlight. At the top here on the upper left is how many feet are in an acre. You need to memorize that because you will get a math problem, I know. And the math problem you'll need to know how many feet are in an acre in order to figure it out, because they won't tell you this on exam. So you're going to need to know how many feet are in an acre in order to figure out the problem. There are 43,560 square feet in an acre, and you need to memorize that. And then down here, well, here's another formula. I mean, there's a couple formulas here, how to figure out the area and such, but let's go over this other one here as well, which shows, I know that there's a problem that they usually give you about comparing two loans, okay? But in order to compare two loans, you need to be able to first figure this out for one. How would you calculate the total interest paid over the life of a loan? Okay, here's the formula on how to figure that out. Now, we're going to go through this step by step when we get to this in a much later chapter. This we're not going to go over till next week, okay? But this is the formula that's used to figure that out. Then they got formulas here for calculating your real estate commission, you know, your commissions and real estate transactions and such, calculating tax rates for, you know, taxes, or figuring out the value of a property, you know, using assessed values and such like that. So there's a lot of different formulas, but here's just the two things I wanted you to highlight. Okay. Everybody got that?
Yes.
Yes.
All right. Now, I think there's, well, when we get to it, we get to it. There'll be one of these problems here. They show you how to figure something out, and I think it's wrong. Actually, let me look at my. Okay, you see right over here this third one with the calculating area. This formula here where it says 5, what does that say? Divided by 3? That should be plus 3. That should be plus 3.
It says plus.
Oh, it does say plus on your book?
Yeah.
Maybe it's just my vision. Hold on. Let me
It's
get my...
8 divided by 2.
Okay. All right. I just want to make sure that it was right there. All right, moving along. So let's see. So here we're now zooming in on these things. So to change square footage into acreage, you divide the square footage by how many feet are in an acre. So if you have a 25,000 square foot lot and you want to find out how many acres it is, you divide that by how many feet are in an acre, and it tells you it's a little bit more than half an acre, 0.57 acres. Now, to change acreage into square footage, you multiply by acreage. So if you have 1.3 acres, how many square feet is that? Well, take 1.3 times how many feet are in an acre, and I'll give you the area of that lot. And I'll show you, we'll do a math problem soon that shows you how they'll ask a question on exam on this. By the way, you can use calculators on your exams, and you can use a calculator. Just no real estate calculators, no advanced calculators with memory. A calculator like this, a plain ordinary calculator like this. Okay. Plain ordinary calculator like this. No fancy memory or anything like that. No real estate calculators with formulas built into them. Let's see, inches, we don't need to know that. Okay, to compute the value cost per measurement, divide the dollar amount by the unit of measurement. All right. So 1 acre is 43,560 square feet. How do we remember this? Well, some instructors will teach you this way. Well, on this side of the comma, just remember 711. You add 4 plus 3, that's 7. 5 plus 6 is 11. So it should add up to that. But you know what? I don't like that for one reason. You could also have these in reverse order, 3, 4, and it still adds up to the same thing, you know? So there's a way I try to teach people. You all know how to count to 6? Uh-oh, we got a problem.
Yes. Yes.
Okay, so everybody knows how to count to 6, okay? I'm gonna make it really difficult now, starting with 3. Can you count to 6 starting with 3? 3,
Yes.
4, 5, 6. Okay, now what I'm going to tell you to do is just draw a comma to remember how many. This is my way to remember how many feet are in an acre. there's a lot of songs out there that have the words in them to the left, to the left, to the right, to the right. Everything from country songs to Beyonce songs. There's music out there that has those words in there. To the left, to the left, to the right, to the right. Okay. So think of a song in your head that has those words. Okay. And just remember, we're going to start counting from 3. So basically, you're going to draw a comma, and then you're going to start counting 3, 4, and then go. That's to the left, and then to the right of the comma, 5, 6. So you start counting to the left of the comma, 3, 4, and then to the right of the comma, 5, 6. And then you throw a 0 on there for good luck. That's how many feet in an acre. Okay, that's the way that I try to teach people to remember how many feet are in an acre. It makes it a lot easier. I'm full of stupid human tricks like this that it sounds corny, but it does work. It's either that or you just memorize that number straight out, 43,560. But count to 6, starting with 3. To the left, to the left, to the right, boom, of the comma. All right. So in order to figure out the area of a square or a rectangle, in this case, it's a rectangle. If they give you 2 dimensions here, it's 4 feet wide by 6 feet deep. The opposite side will be equal in length, right? If it's 4 feet on this side, it's 4 feet on this side. If it's 6 feet on this side, it's gonna be 6 feet on that side. That's just the way squares and rectangles work, okay? The opposite side is the same length. So we could just take one side and multiply it by the other, and it gives us the total area within there. So if it's 4 foot by 6 foot area, then it's 24 square feet total in this box. That's the way we can measure room sizes or lots, like your property lot. Now, it becomes a little more difficult when it comes to a triangle. But triangles are basically half of a square or half of a rectangle, right? If we were to look at it, if you were to draw a line straight through here, right? So if we have the area, we have the length of one side and the length of another, we could do 3 times 4. That gives us 12, but that would give us the dimensions of a rectangle. Then you divide it in half, divide it by 2, and we know that this triangle is 6 square feet. It's real easy to figure out. But I'm not assuming that everybody is familiar with math, and some people hyperventilate when I use the word math. So I'm not assuming anything. I'm just going over how we figure out these areas of these shapes. Okay. And then a trapezoid, which has a couple more angles, which are a little weird here. This is the way we figure it out. Let me move my Zoom controls, which you can't see on your screen, but are in the way of mine. So let me move them out of the way here so I can see. Okay, so in case it's not clear on yours, I made sure it was a plus sign here. So basically, we're going to do, if you got 5 feet on this side and 3 feet on this side, you do 5 plus 3 equals 8. Okay, and then 8 divided by 2 is 4. And then we're going to take that 4 times the 6, because the length of the other side, that gives us 24 square feet. So this is how you get the area of the trapezoid. You add the 2 opposite sides here to give you that total, and then you divide it by 2, just like you would on a triangle, because they are kind of like, you got 2 triangles here, really, you're trying to figure out the shapes for, right? So you divide it by 2, get that total area, and then you multiply it by the side here. That's how you figure out those shapes. Now, I doubt they're going to give you this one, which is a little more complicated, but they may give you this. They definitely will give you this, and may possibly this, but definitely this. So commission math, when it comes to real estate commission, this is also on the inside cover. The sales price times the rate. Like if I charged a homeowner 6% of the sales price as the commission, You just take the sales price times 6%. That gives you the commission amount. If you want to figure out how much a house sold for, and you only have the question gives you the commission amount and the percentage, you take the commission divided by the rate to figure out the sales price. And if you want to figure out the rate of the commission that was charged, and you only have the figures of the sales price and the commission, you take the commission divided by the sales price. Now, an easy way to remember this, how to figure this out, is this formula here. I call it the T formula. It looks like a T. Small number always goes up top, large number on one side, and the rate on the other. And you see, what does this symbol look like? That looks like division, right? And this is the X is multiplication. So the top number always goes in the calculator first, TGIF. Top number goes in the calculator first. You divide down or multiply across. So if you're trying to figure out one of the missing numbers, like if you're trying to figure out what your commission is, well, you take the sales price times it by the rate, will give you your commission. The commission amount is smaller than the sales price of the house, right? Or if you're trying to figure out what the commission, let's see, if you're trying to figure out what the house sold for, but you know the amount of commission that was collected and the rate that was charged, well, top number goes in the calculator first, divided by the rate, that'll give you the sales price. See how this formula works? Yeah, let's go over a couple of problems now with this. That formula is still here on the left-hand side. And here's a problem like they may give you. If you charge the seller 6% commission and the total commission collected was $21,600, how much did the property sell for? See, with this T formula, it makes it real easy to figure out. Instead of just tapping numbers in the calculator, well, the commission is smaller than the sales price of the property. Can we agree on that? And we know that with the T formula, the small number always goes up top. So the commission goes up here. The large number goes on one side and the percentage or rate on the other. So now we just take this number, because TGIF, top number goes in the calculator first, 21,600 divided by 6%. And what did this property sell for? Can anybody tell me?
129,600.
Well, what do? We take 21,600, you divide it by 6% or 0.06 if your calculator doesn't have a percent symbol. And what's the sale price? How much did it sell for?
129,600.
No, it's not in 129. It's more than that.
360,000.
360. You got a calculator handy that you're using there? The $21,600, you type that in the calculator first, then divide it by 6 and then hit the percent button or hit 0.06. 0.06. And you should get 360,000. Now you could also prove this math. Take the 360 times 6% and it should equals 21,600. Or take 21,600 divided by 360,000 and you should get 6%. Here's a way to try to prove your math. And they could ask this
wrong.
in multiple ways. I'm sorry?
I was wrong. I was thinking different.
What did you do? What did you do wrong? Did you just hit by 6 instead of 0.06 or forget to hit the 6%?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay.
I forget the 0.06.
Okay. Now here's a different question. If a house sold for 360 and the agent charged 6% commission, how much would the total commission be? It's basically the same problem. We're just asking it in a different way. So if you know the T formula, it makes it real easy to know if we're dividing or multiplying. Excuse me. So 360 times 6%, once again, should be 21,600. Or they could ask it in this way. Nope, maybe not. Okay, I didn't have another, didn't ask it any other way. All right, that's all right. Now, to calculate the total interest paid over the life of the loan, this is the other one that you should have highlighted there too from that inside cover. We're not going to do the math on that though until a later chapter. Okay, so start off on page 1 of this book. But to start off on page 1, before we get to it, let's go through a couple of pages here. Okay, when we have our book, before we get to page 1, from the inside cover there, we're going to see the table of contents, what's covered in each chapter of the book. Okay. Now, each chapter, they don't call them chapters anymore. They call them unit numbers for some reason. So let's go through those. There's an introductory about the book here. Introductory about the book. And then it says getting started in real estate. It's a good little read on your own time. It talks about the role of the real estate licensee in the business, how to pass the exam, what those rules are. We already went over them. There's a job description that's very brief here. Talks about affiliating with a broker and training classes, because one of the most important things when selecting a broker should be what kind of training are they going to give you beyond this course on how do you get the business, how do you do the business once you get your license. So here's a bunch of important questions to ask that they ask here in the book. But I remember in the shared Google Drive, I have that interview question list as well. I haven't matched it up to this to see if we have the same questions here, but I know I have a lot more questions than what they got here in the book. So make sure you print out that one I have in the shared Google Drive. It asks all kinds of questions about training and errors and emissions insurance costs and such. Okay, then they talk about the authors. Okay, and now we're at page 1. So everybody at page 1?
Yes.
All right, so this is page 1, and you can see what I have highlighted here. I shouldn't have to tell you to highlight things. Every time you see something on the page that's highlighted in on slideshow here in front of you, just highlight it before I even tell you to highlight it, okay? So who has to be licensed? Now, there's multiple things that are covered here. Anyone who takes, and I'm going to bring this up, guaranteed, we're going to be later in the book, and I'm going to point you back to this very first sentence on page 1. Who has to have a real estate license? Anyone who takes part in a real estate transaction for another person in exchange for a fee, commission, or something of value that we call valuable consideration has to have a real estate license. So if you're helping somebody else in a real estate transaction in exchange for anything of value, then you have to have a license. Okay, if you're doing it for free, you don't. If you're doing it for yourself, you don't. In any other circumstance, you have to have a real estate license. Now, the state of New Jersey created real estate licensing regulations for what purpose? Well, licensing regulations are to protect the public from unscrupulous brokers and salespeople. Hopefully, you'll have some scruples. Unscrupulous people, they like to take advantage of people and scam them and do all kinds of bad things. Okay, so hopefully you're not one of those people. Hopefully you have scruples, right? But real estate licensing regulations are to protect the general public from who? Don't say us. Say licensees who are unscrupulous. They don't have scruples. That's an interesting word, scruples. Okay. Turns the page. So anyone who's taking part in a real estate transaction in New Jersey for a person for a fee, commission, or other valuable consideration has to have a real estate license. These licensing regulations were put into place to protect the general public from unscrupulous brokers and salespeople. Licensing law went into effect in New Jersey since 1921. It was created. You don't need to know that date. They're not going to ask you that on exams. Here's a link, though, to the New Jersey Real Estate Commission's website, should you ever want to go there, though. Okay, and let me click on it. I'll even share that with you right now. That takes you here. And I'll share that link with you in the
Rosalind.
chat window. This is the
Okay.
Real Estate Commission's website right here. They have their contact information, their rules, and the 4515 is the law. Information about renewing licenses. This is where they post bulletins and important information. And you'll see actually some of these things they post up here are actually questions on exams too, that they go over. How to print and download your real estate license, your pocket card, which you have to carry with you at all times, yada, yada, yada. They go over a lot of important information there. But look, enforcement activity. Here's that one where I keep, look, qualifying questionnaire. Those are those questions that you have to answer before you could renew your license or get your license initially. Enforcement activity. Here's where you could see anytime somebody was ever found guilty of something, it went to, it has to be heard in front of the Real Estate Commission. And look, they post things constantly. Every time they have meetings, they have these court cases and hearings. Okay, so look, here's another example. Remember I told you to be honest? Look, this person here, Jana, let's see. It looks like admitted that they answered no to question 1 on the license renewal application. It basically asked, were you ever arrested or convicted of a crime? Remember that one? They lied about it. And this shows conduct demonstrating unworthiness, bad faith, dishonesty. This is recently. This was as in February of this year. And they did not notify the Real Estate Commission within 30 days of being indicted back in 2014 and convicted in 2016 of the crime. So their license was revoked for 3 years and they're given a $5,000 fine. See, the Real Estate Commission does find out about this stuff eventually. So be honest. Okay, anyway, so the licenses are governed by the Real Estate Licensing Act, known as NJSA. That's New Jersey statutes. That's what SA stands for, statutes. And they'll be written like this, 45:15. But you would read that as Title 45, Chapter 15. And then it'll be followed by like a dash and other numbers. There's subcodes within the law. And that can all be found here, or like we say on the Real Estate Commission's website. You see 45:15. You click on that, it takes you to the New Jersey Legislature website. Or you could find it on LexisNexis and you could search the law. I have the, here you go. Here's the link to the legislature website. Or the rules and regulations set up by the Real Estate Commission. Okay, let me ask you a question. Let's stop here. The statutes, that's the laws. Who makes laws? Forget about real estate for a second. I'm just asking you guys a general question. Who makes laws?
Government.
Okay, let's be a little more specific. Who in the government makes laws?
Lawmakers.
Congress.
What do we call those people, though?
Is it the legislative branch?
Begins with a P. Let's break it down. Let's dumb it down a little bit. We can keep it simple. Politicians. Right? We elect politicians and politicians create these laws. Right? So politicians create the laws. Now let's talk about real estate for a second. Politicians created the real estate laws here in New Jersey, right? The Title 45, Chapter 15. Do politicians know every detail about the real estate business, the ins and outs of the real estate business, do you suppose?
No way.
No. But they created a framework for the laws that we need to follow. And they created an agency that would monitor us and that does know the details of the laws and the ins and outs of the real estate business. They're called the Real Estate Commission. And in New Jersey, the Real Estate Commission is a division that works within the Department of Banking and Insurance. So you have the Department of Banking and Insurance that deals with bankers and lenders and insurance companies, but they also created a sub-agency within it called the REC for short, that stands for the Real Estate Commission. And they're the ones that monitor our activities. They're the ones that issue us our licenses. And so the laws, when the politicians created the statutes, 4515, within those statutes, they gave certain powers to the Real Estate Commission, that licensing authority, to enforce the laws and to monitor our activities and to create their own rules based on the law. So we have the framework of the laws, the statutes that were created by the politicians. And then we have the rules and regulations of the Real Estate Commission, which are based on the law, and they're just as enforceable as the law itself. But these are the rules that were not created by the politicians, but by that licensing authority. Does everybody understand that, how I explain that?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. So those rules and regulations that the Real Estate Commission creates is referred to as Title 11, Chapter 5, or the Administrative Code. So the laws are actually printed in the back of the book on page, remember all those pages in the back? I said we're not going to be going over all this stuff. They're printed in the back of the book starting on page 465. And the rules and regulations of the Real Estate Commission are printed in the back of the book on page 512. But you could also get them from the Real Estate Commission's website. They link to it here on LexisNexis on the New Jersey Code. So what we do need to know for exams, because they will give this on exams, what do we call the laws of the state pertaining to real estate? New Jersey statutes could be the answer, or it could be Title 45, Chapter 15. And they probably won't write it like Title 45, Chapter 15. They'll write it like this, 45:15. So I want you to write it in your book like this. I want you to make a couple notes in your book there on page 2. I want you to write where it says Real Estate License Act. I want you to write NJ statutes above that. And where it says Title 45, Chapter 15, write 45:15. And if you wanted to ever see the actual law and how it's read, here's the little cross-reference in the back of the book where the law is printed on page 456, or 465, I'm sorry. And then you have the rules and regulations that are set up by the Real Estate Commission called the Administrative Code, or Title 11, Chapter 5, which is in the back of the book on page 512. So make those notations and let me know when you guys are done with that, and I'll move on to the next part.
Okay.
Okay, so you will need to know this for exams, though. New Jersey Licensing Act or New Jersey Real Estate Law is also referred to as New Jersey Statutes or Title 45, Chapter 15. 45:15 is the laws.
Wait, so the NJ statutes, is that for the top paragraph or the
For the top bullet point, yeah.
okay.
So Real Estate Licensing Act, that's referred to as New Jersey statutes. That's the real estate laws of the state. They're called NJ statutes. They may refer to them as on exam, or they may refer to them as 45:15.
Okay, understood. Thank you.
So you need to know 45:15 is the law, which is the statutes. And 11.5, those are the rules and regulations of the Real Estate Commission, which are also known as the Administrative Code. We have to follow both of them. But you need to know which are which, because they'll ask you on exam. We're not going to get a whole lot of these. We're just going to get these two here. 4515 is the law. 11.5 is the Administrative Code, the rules of the Real Estate Commission. We need to follow both of them. So who must be licensed? Once again, anyone who helps someone else in a real estate transaction in exchange for anything of value, right? And here's an example. This often comes up that people make an argument about this if they work in property management. They're like, oh no, I don't need a real estate license. I've been working in property management for the last 20 years for somebody who owns their own properties. Okay, well, you're right. That owner doesn't need a license to manage their own property. But you working for them to do that property management, do they pay you something? Do they give you anything of value in exchange for helping them manage those properties? Well, then you need to have a real estate license. The owner doesn't, but you do if you're working in property management. Property management companies are notorious for operating without licenses when they need to. And the Real Estate Commission's aware of it, and they crack down on them whenever they can, or whenever they want some money. It's easy to get fines and give people cease and desist orders or order that they get a real estate license. But here's some examples of people who were given cease and desist orders, or they were operating without being a licensed entity. So they were given fines and told to pay restitution to somebody, and they're to cease and desist from engaging in all unlicensed real estate activities. You know, it happens all the time. So here's just a couple of examples of that. All right, so how do you get a real estate license? Well, you guys already know this basically. You did your research before you signed up for this class. But let's see this character. You may recognize him from Ryan Serhant. He owns a real estate brokerage franchise there in New York City. But you may see him from $1 Million Listing Agent. And I got a couple of his videos. He's a charismatic fella. Let's just see what he goes over here.
Welcome back, everybody, to another desk video where I answer your toughest, hottest, most in-depth questions about real estate, success, entrepreneurship, life, anything that makes sense. And today, one of the most trending topics that we've found is people are looking for how to get into real estate. That is that simple, and that's what we're going to talk about right now. These are my 3 steps for how to get into real estate. Now, I don't know what it is. Maybe it's 2021, it's a year of change. Maybe you've lost your job, or maybe you quit your job because you were like, screw this, Biff. I don't want to work for you anymore selling toilets. And you're like, you know what I'm going to do? I'm going to do what that guy on YouTube does, that guy that sells real estate. Didn't he just sell a place for $132 million in 2 days in Palm Beach and break a world record? Yes, he did. I want to go do that, just like me. And that's why we're all here, right? That's why you're here with me.
By the way, he's licensed in New York, and he's talking about selling real estate in Palm Beach. So that means that he's licensed in multiple states. You can't, you have to be licensed in each state that you're conducting real estate activities in. And you could be licensed under one broker if they're licensed in multiple states, or you can be licensed under a different broker in each state in which you wish to be licensed in. All right. New Jersey does not have reciprocity with any other state. That means that if you're licensed in one state, you just show them your license and boom, they give you the license in the other state. So you could get an education waiver in the other states for taking the class here in New Jersey, but you'd still need to take the exam in that other state. Okay. Some states do have reciprocity with each other. So for example, if you get licensed here in New Jersey, You could then get an education waiver to take the license in New York, which also requires a 75-hour course. You just get a little booklet on their state laws because they got a lot less laws than we do here in New Jersey, believe it or not. You get licensed in New York under a broker who's licensed in New York. And now you take your New York license and show it to Pennsylvania, and Pennsylvania will just give you the license without even taking the exam. So that's a quick way to get licensed in those 3 states, New Jersey, New York, and Pennsylvania. All right.
I understand. I totally get it. So step 1 for getting into real estate, you need to be licensed. Now, same thing like driving a car, right? Or being a lawyer, being a doctor. You cannot do any profession in this country or anywhere that affects other people's livelihoods, both physically, mentally, and financially, unless you are licensed through an accredited school by the state. So in New York, you get licensed and there is a 75-hour course. You can do it online these days, or you can do it in person. I still think they're doing them in person, but mostly you can do all of these things online. And wherever you are in the world, in the United States or any other country, you can look up, go on the internet, you can look up real estate school, okay? Real estate license. And where you are, there are probably a handful of different schools, and you can take the course. And you go through and you learn about super simple things like, what is a house? What's an appraiser? What is this law? What is this? What is ethical? What is not? And it's a lot of information that you will never, ever, 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 ever use again. But isn't that what school is all about? Yep. And when you're done with the course, you're going to take a school test, most likely. Okay. And in some states, it's different. Some states you can take the school test over and over and over. Others, like Florida, you get to take it twice. And if you fail it, then you got to wait another 30 days. Right? In other countries, the rules are completely different. Every municipality has different rules for how to get into real estate. And in some countries, you don't just do it in 75 hours. You have to go through an intense real estate program that lasts years and years and years. Once you pass the school test, then you sign up to take the state test. But the state test is harder. So make sure you study. I know I make selling homes seem super simple and tons of fun. I do it on YouTube, social, all over $1 Million Listing on Bravo. But there's a seriousness to the work, right? And there's a massive level of responsibility because you are advising people on probably their biggest purchase or sale in their entire life. You have a fiduciary now to that client that you are taking on a significant amount of responsibility when you work with your new clients. And know too, that you have to eat what you kill. The minute you get that license, you're not making money tomorrow. There is no paycheck rolling in every Thursday afternoon or Friday. 82% of people who get their real estate licenses quit within the first year. But let me tell you this, if you have the entrepreneurial spirit, and if you want to work just for yourself every day for the rest of your life, and if you don't want anyone breathing down your neck, telling you should be doing this, doing that, and you want to make as much money as you can, being a real estate agent is an amazing, amazing, amazing career. So step 1 is getting that real estate license. Step 2, to getting into real estate, you need a sponsoring broker. Typically, an agent who's been in the business for at least 2 years, who's sold enough real estate to be able to apply for the brokerage license, which is separate course, separate tests, the whole thing. And then that broker can start bringing on agents underneath them. So you need that broker, which is a brokerage company like myself in New York, Serhant, or like a Keller Williams, or like a Century 21, or a Coldwell Banker, or the agency, or all of these companies. These are called brokerages. You go to one of those brokerages and you interview. You say, I'm a newly licensed salesperson. I'm hungry. I want to hustle. This is where I live. This is what I know. I would love to work here. And there's a good chance that they could give you a spot. But you need that sponsoring broker to go online, okay, onto the state's website and select your name next to your license and associate your license with their brokerage. Once that's done, then you can start running around the streets, talk to all your friends, everybody, tell them you're all in real estate and that you're ready to help them buy or sell or rent any property ever in that state. And step 3 is the one you're going to like the absolute least. What do you know about advising people on buying or selling homes? What do you know? Step 3 is the most important, and it's now you need to train with that sponsoring broker. Typically, every brokerage has a training program, and you can go into that training program, and hopefully you can find a more senior agent who's really busy, and you can be their apprentice. Okay, you can go into a mentorship program, a shadowing program, and then you can learn underneath that agent while you do all the work that they don't want to do anymore. And that's fine because you're brand new. You just got into this business. That agent has buyers, that agent has sellers. They got to do lots of emails. They got to do contracts. So they want you to help them to take a lot of that work off their shoulders so they can go in and be rainmakers all day long. And you're going to learn. You're going to be part of the conversation. You'll be CC'd on emails. You'll understand, oh, who's this person? What's that person do? What's this? And ask tons and tons and tons and tons and tons of questions. Okay. Now, if the brokerage that sponsors your license doesn't have that kind of program, then you can start looking for teams. There are plenty of teams. You could do the open houses. You could do the buyer showings. You could just be there as an intern, really learning with that team and seeing how they operate. What is the life of a real estate agent like? Really? What do they do when they come into the office first thing in the morning? What do they do?
He gave a good tip there, guys, of how you could start getting your own business without relying on the broker to give you leads at the beginning. Go ask other agents in that office that may have listings. Now, all those listings belong ultimately to the broker because they all work for the broker, but you should be courteous to those agents who worked hard to get those listings, and go to those agents who got the listings and ask them if you could do an open house for them. Any potential buyer that walks into that open house would be yours. That agent who got the listing, they get the seller side of the commission. You would get the buyer side if you find a buyer to purchase that property. And if they don't buy that property, you're still meeting buyers that may work with you, and you could help them search for a home somewhere else. So that's a way that you could start building your book of business right away without spending a dime, other than business cards, unless your broker supplied you with your first batch of business cards. You don't spend a dime, you just do an open house, and everybody that walks in that front door is a potential buyer for you. With an added bonus that sometimes buyers have something to sell. So you ask those buyers, where do they live now? Are they living with family? Are they renting? Or do they own and they need to sell something before they can move? You know, so that's how you could start off your business quickly. Okay, it's a smart tip, and unfortunately, it's not given to new agents a lot. That's a quick way to get some business right off the bat. Just throwing it out there for you.
At the end of the day, what do you do when you talk on the phone to somebody you've never spoken to before? What do you need to know?
That's training.
Are you going to go show a home? You don't know anything about the home, who built it, what kind of wood siding is on the house, when the chimney was built, the last time it was inspected. There's a lot of work you're going to need to do, and there's a lot of information you need to absorb, and it's going to take some time. So being on a team is a great way to really just be shotgunned into the business, because you're going to be helping out a bunch of different people, and you'll be surrounded by a good family atmosphere, because teams stick together. If you're on a team, don't just sit there and get people coffee and do their contracts and print things and scan things because that's what they told you to do, and then say, hey, the dude never promoted me. No, do that stuff because that's what you were hired to do, but then start to be the role before you are the role. So you want to be an agent on that team? Step up early. Don't wait. Tell them
his whole shtick is he pushes teams and training for that. The guy wrote a book about this stuff, and he started his own brokerage with teams. So he's talking about that. But that's just one way you could work with other agents, especially if you can't dedicate yourself to jumping into working in real estate full time right away. And remember, an important point that he made is you're not making money the first day you start working on a job there. You got to eat what you kill. You only get paid when you sell something or rent something. So you may have a period of time where you're not making any money at the beginning. So unless you have some savings to live off of, or family support system where other relatives are helping pay the bills until you get on your feet there. Don't necessarily quit your day job until you get up and running in the real estate business, you know, because look, even if you your first day on the job, you get a contract. How long does it take to close on your typical real estate sale? On average, it's 60 days. So you're looking at, if your first day on the job, you get a contract, it's 60 days before you close on a deal, and then up to 10 more days before the broker pays you. So you're looking 70 days before you get your first check. Just throwing it out there so that you're aware of these things. You know, this is why a lot of agents fail at the beginning, because they're not made aware of these things, and so they're not prepared. You know, you got to be prepared for that. You know, so have your other job still if you don't have a family support system or savings or money set aside to live off of in the meantime while you get started in real estate. You know. Don't just quit everything and just jump into real estate if you got no money to live off of in the meantime. That's all they're saying there. And then talking about training, training is a big deal.
You know why? Because you never had a fast for your entire life. You'll do it. Step up. Do the work. Put in
70 days, right? To get your first check.
I'm sorry?
I said, I'm sorry. You said up to 70 days to get your first check, right?
Well, yes, 60 days, your typical real estate transaction, and brokers have up to 10 days to pay you your commission, because they don't have to pay you the commission until they get the money from the transaction, right? So 60 days for the sale, then you get the check at the closing, which you give to your broker. He deposits in his bank account, and then he doesn't have to pay you until that check clears, or within 10 days, or as soon as that check clears. So you're looking at possibly 70 days before your first check. You know, but if you're doing like some rentals in between, you could get some money a lot quicker than that. Rentals are, you know, a lot quicker to get a couple bucks here and there, you know, a couple hundred here, a couple hundred there, you know, but your typical sale, it's about 60, 70 days before you'll see your first check.
Okay, thank you so much.
You're welcome.
That's what Big Money Energy is all about.
All right, so that's him pushing his book there. Okay, but he goes over some fine points, which I like to show that video and then make my comments on there, because they're important things to take note of. All right, so the Real Estate Commission, like I told you, we lovingly call them the REC for short. They're the ones that manage our licenses. They give it to us. They process the renewals. They go after us when we do things that are wrong, etc. What is their job? What is the job of the Real Estate Commission? To protect the general public from unscrupulous brokers and salespeople. They're there to enforce that law, right? The real estate laws are known as Title. What are the real estate laws known as? Title 45.
45.
15. Title 45, Chapter 15, right? And the rules of the Real Estate Commission are Title
11.
11.5.
11.5, correct. Which is also known as the Administrative Code. All right. See how I ask you questions about things we've gone over to try to, you know, keep it in your head still, you know. Now, there are 8 members of the Real Estate Commission. 5 are real estate brokers who have been licensed as brokers. They've had their broker's license for at least 10 years. 2 people appointed from the general public, and 1 by the Department of State, which would be the governor. Okay, so every time the governor changes, that person usually changes, you know, because each governor wants to have their own person in that position, you know, that reports back to them. So how many members of the Real Estate Commission?
8.
8. 5 who have had their real estate broker's license for how long?
10 years.
10 years. 2 from the general public and 1 appointed by the governor. They all serve 3-year terms, and any of them can be dismissed and replaced by the governor at any time, because they all work at the leisure of the governor, the pleasure of the governor. Okay, so 8 members of the Real Estate Commission. Know the breakdown here. They used to ask questions about it. I don't know if they still do, but just know it. 8 members, 5 brokers for at least 10 years. They've been licensed as brokers. 2 from the general public, 1 appointed by the governor. They all serve 3-year terms. So let's highlight that here on page 2 as well, under Real Estate Commission.
Sorry, but would you be able to go back to the last slide just for a second?
Sure.
I just wanted to take a picture of it. Thank you.
You're welcome. And you see, I got these little cross references here. On page 454, I just got listed who those members of the Real Estate Commission are currently.
Can you go forward to the other slide?
Yep. By the way, all these slides are available for you to download in their shared Google Drive as well. Remember, I make them available to you. Let me know when you guys got the highlights and I can move on.
I'm good.
All right. All right, there are 4 license types. On this rest of this page, page 2, we go over the 4 license types. My slide goes over them in a little bit better detail, I think. We'll do a lot of highlighting and notes writing on the page, but let's first go over the 4 license types on the slide here, okay, to get the explanation and understanding, and then we'll go over the book and writing the notes and doing the highlights, okay? Good? Okay.
Okay.
I'll take your silence as a, yeah, we got you, Vic. All right, so broker. Every agency only has one person who's licensed as a broker. The broker is the person who's in charge of the company. So broker is the only person licensed to charge the public for services and hire and supervise licensees. Every agency only has one broker, also sometimes referred to as the broker of record, because they're in charge of the record keeping. They're responsible for providing office space, which is a physical place of business here in New Jersey. Some states don't have to have a physical place of business. New Jersey does. No virtual offices allowed here in New Jersey. So they have to provide office space and guidance and direction. Now, guidance and direction is not training. Guidance and direction is ensuring their agents are adhering to the laws and regulations of the state of New Jersey and the Real Estate Commission. So the broker has to provide office space and guidance and direction to the laws and rules to their licensees. All right, so every company has how many brokers?
1.
1. That person is the head honcho, the big cheese, the person in charge, right? They're responsible for all the licenses of the license or all the licensees underneath them. Now, a broker salesperson went and has the same education and they went and take the same testing and everything as the broker. However, they choose to work and operate in the under and in the name of another broker. So a broker salesperson is someone with a broker type license, because it starts with the word broker. However, they choose to work under and in the name of another broker in a sales capacity or as an office manager. Because in order to manage a real estate office in New Jersey, you have to have a broker type license, either a broker or a broker salesperson's license to manage an office. And what's the difference between a broker and broker salesperson? Well, a broker is the head person in charge. The broker salesperson is someone who works under a broker. They could be an office manager, or they could just be working as a salesperson with that advanced license type. And at any time, if they chose to, they could manage an office or open up their own brokerage and elevate themselves to a broker status. Salespeople, this is the license type you're trying to get right now. Salespeople work under and in the name of only one New Jersey broker at a time. You can't work for more than one New Jersey broker. You could be licensed in multiple states under different brokers in each state, but you could only work under one New Jersey sponsoring broker at a time. A salesperson can work directly with clients and customers and can send referrals to their broker or other agencies. So what is a referral? So you help you got a listing. A listing is when a seller hires you to market their property for sale or rent. You sell their property, and now they're going to move somewhere. Maybe they're moving cross country. So you can help by locating another agent for them to work with that seller who's now a buyer, who's going to be buying a house in a different area of the country that you don't work in. You can refer that business to another salesperson or broker in that state, and that they'll help assist them in finding a home. And when they close on the deal, you get a percentage of that sale. Don't leave any meat on the bones. That's additional money to be made by sending a referral. So salespeople can also send referrals. Now, a referral agent, that's all they could do is send referrals. They are forbidden from advertising or working directly with the public. A referral agent is limited in their duties, that all they could do is when they hear about somebody who's looking to buy, rent, sell, all they could do is refer that potential client to another agent who will assist them in those activities. And when that agent closes on the deal with them, they will pay the referral agent's broker a commission, a referral fee, and that broker that you work under will pay their referral agent. Because who can you be paid by? You could only be paid by the broker under which you're employed under. You cannot be paid by anybody except your boss, your broker that you work under. Even though technically for tax purposes, you're an independent contractor and self-employed, you are in the real estate industry, you have to work under a sponsoring licensed broker unless you have your own agency and you're a broker of record yourself. So a referral agent, we refer to them these days as, they got a new name. We call them now salespeople licensed with a real estate referral company. Because in the past, referral agents can work under a broker can hire salespeople and referral agents. But now a broker can only hire referral agents if they have a separate company only for hanging the licenses of referral agents. So you have to have a separate company that has it's called a referral company license. So let me skip slides here for 1 second. So you have two brokerage type licenses now. You have your traditional brokerage license, which a broker would have for their agency, is licensed to have broker salespeople and salespeople working under them that are assisting people in selling their properties or renting them out, or helping buyers or renters find properties. And then you have referral companies, which can only hang licenses of referral agents who are forbidden from working directly with the public. All they could do is refer business prospects to active salespeople and broker salespeople. Does everybody understand that?
Yes.
Yes.
So referral agents, the acronym to remember the salesperson licensed with a real estate referral company is by taking the first letter from each of these words, and it's SLWRERC, salesperson licensed with real estate referral company. Okay. Referral agents are not required to take continuing education classes to renew their licenses. They don't have to carry errors and omissions insurance. They don't need to be a member of any real estate organization or MLS either. So if you ever decide that, hey, you don't want to be in real estate right now, but you got a real estate license, do not give up your real estate license. Just change the license type to a referral agent and keep that license active under a referral company. If you ever need to, I have a referral company like that, guys. You work hard and you paid this money, you went to school and everything, don't give up the license. Keep it active, because someday you may want to convert it back into a salesperson's license and work in the industry for a few again. But you could hang your license and keep it active without incurring all those additional expenses or having to take continuing education classes. You just pay to renew the license and pay a hanging fee of $75 to $100 to the agency to hold your license every 2 years. And then you notice, what are the 4 license types, highest to lowest? Broker, salesperson, and referral agent. What are they? I want you to say it. I know them.
Broker, salesperson.
Broker, salesperson, or
referral agent.
Okay, so broker, salesperson, or referral agent. You notice that we did not say realtor, because realtor is not a license type. Realtor is what we call people who are members of NAR, the National Association of Realtors, which is a trade organization for people who work in the business. It is not a license type. Now, technically, only the broker of record, the broker, can be a realtor, and everybody else is a realtor associate. Okay. But, when you're having conversations with people, you say, yeah, I'm a realtor. Okay. But technically, on your business cards and such, only a broker of record can be a realtor. Everybody who works under the broker is associated to them. So you're a realtor associate, technically. So if you're going to write the term realtor on your business cards and your advertisements, you should write realtor-associate, because you're a realtor associate. Okay. Now, this organization has rules and regulations for its members to follow, because they try to create a higher standard for their members. So they could say all licensees are not realtors. So realtors, they adhere to a higher standard, a higher code of ethics that they follow, which is true. And it really mattered more back in the days before the state required real estate licensing. When did New Jersey first require licensure? Back in 1921. The Realtors Organization was created in 1913 and required its members to follow a strict code of ethics back in 1913. Because anybody was getting involved in the business when it didn't require you to have a license, right? And you had those shysters, those snake oil salespeople, so to speak, right? That would take advantage of people. They'd get their license, and you get still people today that are like that. And they could become members of the Realtors Association. They pay their dues and they take a class, a 3-hour class every 3 years, and they're realtors as well. If they don't follow the code, they don't follow the code, but they're supposed to. So the members of this organization, if they don't follow the code of ethics, could that affect your license? No, because the rules and regulations of the Real Estate Commission have nothing to do with state licensing. However, keep in mind that often the Realtors Code of Ethics, if you're violating the Realtors Code of Ethics, you're probably also violating state law in some way, or the Real Estate Commission's rules. So if you guys become members of the Realtors Association, and if you're dealing with residential real estate, you'll probably have to become a member of it, because most MLSs require for you to become a member of their MLS, you need to become a member of you need to be a realtor in good standing, which means you paid your realtor's dues to become a member of that organization, and you took their Code of Ethics training class, which is required every 3 years. And when you first get licensed, you need to complete that training within 45 days. So you could do that for free online, or you could take a local class that sometimes they charge $10 to take. Okay? Everybody understand?
Right.
You're a member of the Realtors Association. They have nothing to do with state licensing. That's a private trade group.
Learn something new every day.
There you go. I mean, we get people that call up all the time. Yeah, I want to join your class. I want to get my realtor's license. You know, I'm not going to stop you right there and say, hey, there's no such thing, you know. I mean, I want you to sign up for class, you know. I'm not trying to correct you right then and there. Now I'm trying to educate you though on this. So there are 4 license types. We just learned about them. There's 2 brokerage license types, your traditional brokerage and referral company. Referral companies only can hang the licenses of referral agents, or SLWRERC, right? That's a referral agent. And traditional brokerages hang the licenses of brokers, broker salespeople, and referral agents. And brokers and salespeople can become members of NAR. And when you are a member of the National Association of Realtors, its members are referred to as realtors or realtor associates. And even though they have rules, their rules have no effect on licensing. Excuse me. Sneezing. All right, so let's do these highlights. Oh my God, it looks like a mess, huh? Well, I tell you what, my explanations here are a lot more clear and concise, and go over these explanations. You may want to snap a picture of this, by the way. I think they're better than what the book has as an explanation, and probably better to study from. Let me know when I could change the slide.
And you said there is a way that we can just print all of your slides, correct?
I wouldn't print them all. That's a lot of slides.
Okay.
You know? Only certain ones, maybe, okay, like this one.
All right, perfect.
So let's go over these highlights. There's 4 license types. You know, the broker, they're the only ones. Look, there could be like 4 questions in this. Broker is authorized to operate a real estate business and hire salespeople and charge the public for services. There's only one person in each company called the broker. They're responsible for record keeping. What do brokers need to provide to their salespeople? It doesn't even say here. It says under salespeople, supervising brokers required to furnish guidance and direction. But in the book, they didn't even mention office space. So I had you write a little arrow here and write office space and guidance and direction. You see on my slide, I told you what guidance and direction is. Some people will just look at it in the book and they'll be like, oh, that's the broker's got to give you training. No, that's not what the Real Estate Commission can care less if your broker trains you or not. They only care about if you're following the laws and their rules. So that's what guidance and direction is. And then the broker salespeople is basically somebody with a broker's license that's choosing to work under and in the name of another broker. And what kind of license is required to manage an office? A broker or broker salesperson license to manage, required to manage an office. That's the note that I have here on the side. And then under salesperson license with a real estate referral company, you're just writing that acronym SLWRERC. That's basically a referral agent. As long as you know that when you see this acronym, it means referral agent, you'll be good. And you should also add there that these licensees are exempt from CE classes to renew their license. Even though we didn't go over it yet, well, actually, we did mention it before, but let's also highlight that all licenses are renewed on a biennial term every 2 years that must be renewed by, cross out the term where it says expires on, must be renewed by June 30th of odd numbered years, because your license does not expire on June 30th. It's still good on June 30th. It expires July 1st if you did not renew it on June 30th. That's a gotcha question that they may give you on exams sometimes. If they ask, when does your license need to be renewed? Well, that's June 30th, odd years. If they ask, when does it expire? July 1st, the next day. Let me know when you guys are done with all the highlights and notes. I'll give you a minute, okay? Everybody writing these notes and highlighting?
Yep.
I'm all done.
Anybody still writing?
I got a
Done.
picture of it, so I'm good.
Okay. Just want to know where you guys are at, so we're not just sitting here with dead air. I want to see if anybody's writing still. If you're all done, I'll move on to the next slide. Everybody's done?
Done.
Okay. All right, so how much does it cost to initially get and to renew your licenses? Remember, I told you to initially get your salesperson or referral agent license, it's $160. The breakdown is $100 for the license, $50 for the background check, and $10 to the guarantee fund. Brokers and broker salespeople, it's $270. The license is double, it's $200, still $50 for the background check, and they pay double, $20 to the guarantee fund for a grand total of $270. Now, when it comes time to renew the license, you're not paying for those background checks and guarantee fund again. You're only paying $100 to renew the license, and brokers or broker salespeople $200. And when do you need to renew your license by? June 30th of odd numbered years. If you don't renew it by June 30th, your license becomes inactive the next day, July 1st. Your license can remain inactive and you can still reactivate it within the next term. How long is a licensing term?
2 years.
2 years. So
Yes.
you can reactivate your license still within that next term, which is 2 years. But if you go beyond that, your license becomes void. You got to go back to school and start all over again to get a real estate license again. Now, if your license does become inactive, you'll also have to pay a $50 reactivation fee to the state as well. Okay, so here's the breakdown, and this is covered on a couple pages. On page 7, they've got these costs. It's all over the place. I wish the book put it all in one place. I ordered these slides in a way that we keep everything about licensing together, you know, so that's the way I teach here. So we went over the different license types. Now we go over the cost of the licenses. I got them all on this slide right here, even though the book is several pages ahead where they start going over that. On page 7 is where they talk about the licensing fees. And then the license renewals and stuff. This has gone over on page 6. There's a page. Must be renewed by June 30th of odd years. But they also go, so this is page 2 and page 6, actually. One sec here. I'll find that slide. Page 2 and 6. Okay. CE, continuing education classes. They go over this on page 6 and page 7. I'm going over, remember, I'm keeping all the licensing stuff together. So we're going to go over this, but just not right now, because guess what? It's lunchtime. Okay, so let me just stop the recording here for now. I'll pause. All right, so continuing education requirements, CE for short. Each credit of CE classes is equal to 1 hour of class time, classroom time. So we're required to take 12 hours of continuing education classes before we could renew our licenses every 2 years. Now, in this first licensing term, if you complete this, actually, if you complete this course in the second half of the licensing term, this class counts as your credits towards your CE. That would be for you guys, but I would suggest, since we're already in the last month before the license renewal here, that you don't send in your paperwork to get your license until after the 30th. That's probably the easiest bet to go by. And then the next licensing term for the renewal, since we're in 2023, will be in 2025. You will need to complete the 12 hours of CE in order to renew the license in 2025. Now, there is a breakdown on this of specifically what kinds of classes you need to take. But let's first get into the courses themselves. The CE classes need to be approved by the New Jersey Real Estate Commission that you take, and each CE class will have a license number attached to it. You must complete your CE classes, all 12 credits, at least 2 months before your license renewal. That's April 30th of the renewal year. Otherwise, you're subject to a $200 processing fee. They don't call it a fine, it's a processing fee if you don't complete your CE on time. And then you still need to complete it before you could renew your license, but you're just going to pay an additional $200 processing fee. If I don't do something when I'm supposed to, it's a fine. I don't know why they insist on calling it a processing fee, but whatever. They put a little lipstick on that pig, huh? So CE classes can be taken in person or they can be taken online. And you don't necessarily need to even take them in New Jersey. Let's just say that you went down to Florida or you went to Louisiana or something like that. You went to Las Vegas and you took your CE classes there. Guess what? That just became a business trip. And now your business trip is tax deductible. You see how this works? You guys are self-employed, so keep track of your business expenses, okay? Let's see. So CE credits are required to change your license type. So if you change your license type to a referral agent, before you could change it back to a salesperson, you need to complete the required amount of CE. Depending on how long it was hanging as a referral agent, could dictate how many CE credits you're required to take. And there's a guide here for that. We're not going to go over that guide right now because that's irrelevant. You don't need to study that for the purpose of this course. Just know that there's that resource there and there's that link for how many CE classes you need to take to convert your license from referral agent back to CE. So what's the breakdown of these CE classes? You got to take 12 credits. 6 of those credits need to be in core topics, but of those core topics, 2 of them need to be in ethics specifically, one in fair housing, and the 3 other can be any other core topic. The additional 6 CE credits can be in any approved class, whether it's core topic or electives. You could take all 11 credits in ethics and 1 in fair housing if you wanted to, but that's basically the breakdown of it. Okay. So specifically 6 core topics. The other 6 can be any approved class. Of the core topics, 2 hours have to be in ethics and 1 in fair housing. You could check your CE credits and how many credits that you have completed in the reporting system, the tracking system that's set up at njrece.psiexams.com. So you could click on this. And this will take you to the PSI CE reporting system, okay? And here's that link. I'll share it with you guys, or the CE credit tracking system. There we go. And let's see. Let me log into mine really quick and show you how this works. So you could see all my CE classes since they required CE in New Jersey. For this last licensing term of 2023 to 20, where is it? 2021 to 2023. Let's view this one for the last licensing term. And it'll show you, you see, I met units added, units remaining, units completed. So I met all of 12 of my CE credit requirements. I completed 6 hours of core topics. Actually, I completed 7 hours of core topics, 2 hours I did 3 hours of ethics instead of 2. I did 4 hours of fair housing instead of 1. You know, but either way, I completed all of my CE credits. You can see the breakdown of them. 4 credits in fair housing, 3 in ethics, 2 electives, and another 3 in electives here. You can see what specific classes you took. So this is the way, like if you're missing credits, it'll tell you which ones you still need to take here in this system. All right, moving along.
Are you gonna refer any schools to us for the license renewal, or could we just come back to you?
Yeah, you could come back to me and get them too. We also have, by the time your license renewal comes back in place, we'll have our CE classes approved. Right now, we're just referring at a discount. You could get it at certain other schools through us on our website. We have discount codes available for that, but you guys don't need to worry about that for another 2 years, really. Or you need to be done with it in 2 years. But yeah, you could take it through, you'll be able to take it through us, or you could get it through the discount codes that we offer through other cooperating schools as well. Now let's see, who is exempt from taking your CE classes every 2 years before you renew your license? Well, we learned already that those who are referral agents, they don't need to take CE classes to renew the license. Also, brand new agents who just got their licenses in the second term, they're exempt from CE because this licensing class counts as your credits. But also brokers who have been licensed as brokers, they've had a broker's license for at least 40 years. Those people are exempt from CE requirements as well. And I have a link here on the Real Estate Commission's website that also shows that, that specifically talks about that. Okay, so who's exempt from CE? Brokers who have had broker's licenses for at least 40 years. Referral agents, basically, that's probably the one you get a question on, or newly licensed agents in the second term of the licensing period. But how many credits do you need?
12.
12. 2 ethics, 1 fair housing, the other 3 in core topics, and the remaining 6 in any approved class. So this gives you the breakdown of everything there. On page 6 and page 7 of the book, it's a little bit, how do they word this on page 6 and 7? They'll word it as, they word it weirdly. They always word things backwards in the book, you know. When do you need to complete your CE by? 2 months before license renewal. That's April 30th, because you got to renew your license on June 30th. They say completion between May 1st and June 30th of the renewal year may subject you to a $200 fine. So licensees should be completed should complete the CE by April 30th of the renewal year. You also get that $200 processing fee that's charged to you. So let me see if I have a screenshot of this. It's coming up somewhere. Yeah, if it comes up in a while. All right, so let's just leave it where we're at right now. That will be coming up, but a little bit later on, and we'll have a highlight for that in the book. Okay, so moving on. Activities required to have a real estate license. If you do any of these things, you're required to have a broker's license or a salesperson's license who's working under a broker. When you do them for someone else in exchange for anything of value. When you list real estate for sale, sell, exchange, buy, auction, or rent real estate. Interesting, New Jersey, being the nanny state, requiring licensing for everything, doesn't have an auctioneer's license yet. That's interesting. But if you're going to be selling real estate at an auction, you need to have somebody there with a real estate license. If you're going to collect rents on behalf of someone else in exchange for something of value, you need to have a real estate license. If you're going to be working as someone's assistant and soliciting prospective buyers or renters or sellers, you need to have a real estate license. Negotiating commercial real estate loans, you need to have a broker's license for that. Sell lots or other parcels for a developer. Should be so lucky to do that. That means a lot of business for you, if they like you anyway. Sell business opportunities that involve real estate. You don't need to have a real estate license to sell a business unless real estate's involved. In other words, there's a building that's going with the business sale. Then you need to have a real estate license. Keep in mind, we don't prepare contracts for the sale of commercial real estate. Even though we can advertise and market, and a real estate license is required to sell commercial real estate, we don't actually prepare the contracts for the sale or lease of commercial real estate. That's actually prepared by attorneys. The contracts that we're allowed to prepare are for residential sales and leases. These contracts, we're not creating them from scratch. They're already prepared by attorneys. We're just filling in the blanks. But it's hard to create a universal contract for all different types of commercial real estate. So therefore, those transactions, those contracts need to be drawn up by legal counsel. Okay. Selling mobile homes. Licensees can broker the resale of mobile homes, but we have to follow DMV regulations, Department of Motor Vehicle regulations. We cannot sell new mobile homes because we're not licensed motor vehicle dealers. Now, mobile homes are considered to be personal property unless the axles are permanently removed from them. You know, it's personal property just like your car. Your car is personal property. There's only two kinds of property in this world. It's either personal or real, meaning real estate. So personal properties like the clothes on your back, your money, your jewelry, your cars, your belongings, right? That's personal property. If it's not personal, it's real estate. There's only two kinds of property in this world, okay? So mobile homes are considered to be personal property. They're vehicles. Unless those axles are permanently removed and they're mounted to a foundation, then it's considered to be part of the real estate. Let's highlight this on page 3 that talks about that. That we're allowed to broker the resale, and underline the word resale, of mobile homes. Everybody find that?
Yes.
Okay, here are the exemptions that don't require a real estate license in order to sell real estate. And it usually deals with people who are selling their own property or have been appointed by a court to do so. So basically for sale by owners, or FSBOs, we call them for short. So FSBO, FSBO, that stands for sale by owner. Okay. You don't need a real estate license to sell your own property. Attorneys, executors or executrix, trustees, receivers, administrators, legal guardians, or others handling real estate under the order of a court are not required to have a real estate license. Neither are banks and trust companies for properties that they own, because it's kind of like a for sale by owner, right? Or insurance companies for properties that they own. Attorneys are exempt while handling real estate in their normal practice of law, but an attorney who wishes to engage in the brokerage business, trying to get listings and get buyers and sellers on a regular as business practice, they have to obtain a real estate license just like you and I. Now, they could get a waiver for the education requirement. They don't have to take this class because they took a lot more education in college. However, they still need to take and pass the state exam to get their license, and they need to work under a sponsoring licensed broker, just like you. So, who's exempt? Let's do these highlights. We just went over them on the previous slide, but here's the highlights in the book that talk about it. And just let me know when you got all them highlights then. Okay. So which of the following, I got a question here for you on screen. This is actually from the end of the chapter. There was a question here. This is question number 12 in those quizzes, end of chapter quizzes. Which of the following are never allowed to sell real estate without a license? Banks, insurance brokers, attorneys, or owners? Well, here's a perfect example of, I'm going to give you a little lesson here on how you answer questions on an exam. How do you take this approach? Well, first of all, when reading the questions, you should always look out for double negatives and absolute terms, like always and never, or things like the word except. Okay. In this statement, we have which of the following are never allowed to sell real estate without a license? Now, banks. Is there ever a situation where banks are allowed to sell real estate without a license? Bank-owned properties kind of works like a for sale by owner, right? So basically what we're doing here is we're going to do a process of elimination. This is the best way to answer questions on exams. Don't look for the right answer, look for the wrong ones. So process of elimination, we know banks, there are situations where they could sell their own properties. So are they never allowed to sell real estate without a license? No, they are, under certain circumstances. Insurance brokers. Well, I know insurance companies can, but an insurance broker, that may be a little just tricky the way they worded it. So you know what? We'll skip that one. We'll come back to it because we're not sure of that one yet, right? What about attorneys? Well, we know attorneys are exempt while handling their normal practice of law. So there is a situation there that they're allowed to sell. So it's not that. And owners, well, for sale by owners, they could sell they could sell their property without a license. So by process of elimination, we weren't too sure about B. We know B is the answer now. Insurance brokers. And let me explain that one to you a little bit further. Insurance companies are the ones that own the property. An insurance broker is somebody who works for an insurance company, that they're the one that are selling the insurance policies. They're not allowed to engage in the selling of real estate without a license because it's not their property. Okay, so by process of elimination, we know that it was B. All right, payments for services. In order to collect a commission, it's illegal for anyone to share any portion of a commission without a real estate license. You must be licensed at the time that the service is being performed, where you're helping them out. And finder's fees and kickbacks, this would be things like money or gifts given to an unlicensed person who refers business to you. They are strictly forbidden. Why? Because they cannot work in the real estate transaction by referring business even without having a real estate license. We have something called the referral agent's license for that, right? So let me also ask you a question. Who can you be paid by? Who can you be paid by? Who could you?
Only by the broker?
only your broker. You could only receive compensation from your broker that you work for. And who can you pay? Nobody. You can't pay anybody. Only the broker can pay their licensees, right? And so you could only receive compensation from your broker and you can't pay anybody. Well, who can your broker pay? Well, any of their licensees, that covers all the license types. They could pay another broker when they pay out the referral fee, and then that broker would pay their referral agents or their agent who sent the referral. And rebates to buyers of a primary residence. This is the first time we're hearing about this. Real estate agents are allowed to give rebates to the purchaser of a primary residence. A primary residence is your main residence, the main house you live in. It is not a second home or vacation property or investment property or commercial properties. Okay, we're allowed to give rebates to the buyers of a primary residence, but only in the form of a credit or check at closing, and only if your broker allows it. Any payment outside of those boundaries is illegal. So let's highlight this on the bottom of page 3. Put a highlighted box around the whole section of payments for services and highlight, it is illegal for anyone to share any portion of a commission without a real estate license. And the rest of that paragraph goes over kickbacks and referral fees and who can be paid. Okay. All right, here's some examples where agents got in trouble for paying people. Let's see, here's one, a salesperson got a payment from someone other than her employing broker. She's required to complete an additional 3 hours of CE that won't count towards the renewal of her license and has to pay $2,500 fine. This person, let's see, transacted real estate outside the scope of their employment with their broker. They collected commissions from someone other than their employing broker. They failed to indicate the license status on the contract. So his license was suspended for 3 months and required to complete 6 hours of CE that won't count towards the renewal of his license and got a $3,000 fine. Is it worth it? No. Do people get caught doing this? Yes, obviously. You may think, well, how am I going to get caught? It happens. And here's some examples. All right, so turn to page 4. This is page 4. The book didn't do a good job of putting a box or shading or highlighting these areas as titles. So I put a box around them. You guys can underline it or put a box around it or highlight it, or all the above. What can and what cannot an unlicensed assistant do? Unlicensed assistants or secretaries may not show property, answer questions about listed property. Anybody here ever call a real estate brokerage trying to find out if a property is available or how much it was or ask any details, and they're giving you the runaround and you couldn't get that information from them over the phone? Anybody ever do that?
No.
No? Well, sometimes you may encounter this when you call a real estate office, and that would be because the person who picked up the phone doesn't have a real estate license. It'd be illegal for them to tell you that, even if the property's still available. It's against the law. Only a licensee can answer these questions. So they'll just get your name and number in case you get disconnected, and then they'll transfer you or have an agent call you back. Can't make cold calls seeking business from people. A little asterisk next to this one. Can't discuss or explain a contract with anybody outside the brokerage firm. Yeah, well, you can't talk to them. You can't show property. You can't talk to people. You can't tell them if a property is even available. Why would you be able to discuss the terms of a contract with anybody outside the brokerage firm? Make phone calls for rent collection or accept when accompanying a licensee, attend open houses, promotional booths, distribute promotional materials, or attend a home inspection. You can only do that when a licensee is there with you. Now, an unlicensed assistant or secretary is allowed to answer and forward calls. It's a wonderful day at ABC Realty. How may I help you? You know, they can't give any information about the property though. Process and submit listings and changes to the multiple listing system. That is if they have their own login as an assistant. And they're not just making up listings, they're just doing data entry. Put an asterisk next to this one. They are allowed to place signs on property, pick up keys, and deliver documents. Remember, they can't explain the documents, but they're allowed to deliver them. They're allowed to put a real estate sign on a property. And one way to remember this, I guess this gets confusing for people when they see it on exam. They start overthinking these things and think that you got to be pulling up in your Mercedes-Benz and pulling the for sale sign out of the trunk and then putting it on the property, you know. No. Have you ever seen a for sale sign on a commercial property? These are often billboard sizes. You got a little construction crew on the back of a pickup truck that's building the sign, digging the ditch for the post and building the sign on the premises. Those guys don't got a license, right? So have that visual in your mind, okay? So you don't need to have a real estate license to put a real estate sign on a property. Schedule appointments for showing listed properties. They're allowed to do that. They're allowed to do secretarial work by tracking and securing documents. Only under the supervision of licensees, have keys made for company listings, place ads, type contracts or forms, order inspections, prepare flyers and promotional materials. They could keep records of deposits. You know, usually the broker will have a secretary that is doing the financing, taking the checks in, matching it up to accounts and doing work in their financial software, but then the broker has to confirm all this and then do those deposits. Follow up on loan applications or compute commission checks. You know, brokers usually have secretaries that are figuring this out and preparing the checks. The broker just goes over everything, makes sure everything's legit, and then they sign it. So here's just more information about that, what an unlicensed person can and can't do. This is just going over it once again. Now, putting listings in the MLS, the multiple listing system, that's often you can get that. We have forms that when we get listings, each MLS has their own forms that they want us to fill out about a property. And when we get a listing, we need to submit that into the MLS. So how we write up information about properties, we have to run them by and get it approved by the owner before we do this. So there's a lot of information we need to gather about a property before we enter it into the multiple listing system. This is like a computer system where we service a computer system where we share our listing inventory with other brokers and their agents. We're required by law to share our listings. If it's available for us to show a property, it must be available for agents from other companies to show it as well. unless the owner specifically directed us not to cooperate with other brokerages. And if that's the case, we need to have them sign some kind of a form that directs us not to do that. And there is a form for that. It's called the Waiver of Broker Cooperation Form, okay? And this is just what they can't do again. All right. And look, here's an example here. Unlicensed assistants cannot allow unaccompanied access to properties without a licensee being present. So you can't send somebody without a license to go do showings for you. You know, you're a real estate licensee, you get busy and you hire an assistant. You can't have them going out unless they have a real estate license as well, have them go do the showings for you. Here's an example. In this case, it looks like they already had a contract. This guy already had a contract with the buyer to purchase a property, and they were going to do the final walkthrough. And he sends the buyer to do the final walkthrough, who doesn't have a license, on their own, gave him the code to enter the lockbox, because I guess it was a combination lockbox to get into that property, and gave them the security code on the alarm system as well, and to get in for the final walkthrough for the property that they were purchasing anyway. Well, it doesn't matter. Anytime you're giving somebody access to a property, they need to be a licensee. You can't let them go unaccompanied. You can't give them these things until they are the owner of the property. They must be supervised in someone else's property. And you, as a licensed real estate agent, you can't just walk into somebody's property without the owners being aware that you're going there. Even though you get access to lock boxes to get the keys to the house, to get into a house, you're not supposed to just see if a property has a lockbox on it. Oh, I have access to those lock boxes, I can open them. You don't just open it and go in the house to check it out. You need to set up an appointment first. All right. Qualifications to get a real estate license. We already went over these things earlier, and before you even signed up for this class, you probably did, right? You got to be 18 years of age or older, have a high school education, furnish evidence of good moral character by not lying on your applications, successfully complete a 75-hour pre-licensing course, which you're here to do right now. You're going to have to, at some point, usually before you take your school exam, give me your social security number. You no longer need to provide documentation of citizenship or legal residency in the United States, since New Jersey became a sanctuary state, and they passed this legislation here on Bill S-2455 that allows undocumented immigrants to obtain professional licenses, to become a real estate licensee or an attorney or a doctor, or get a hairstylist license or what have you. Professional licenses are available to people who are here illegally as well. Well, New Jersey, I guess it's not illegally, so you can't say that. Undocumented. Pass a state exam. You have to pass that state exam, get fingerprinted, and get sponsored by a broker to activate that license. So let's add this to page 4 for the list of qualifications. Let's add the word fingerprinting under there, because apparently they forgot to add that onto that list.
Will you please put in the back in the screenshot to see what is the?
This one?
Thank you. Yes, thank you.
Let me know when you got it.
Thank you, I got it.
So this is the same stuff that was on that previous screen. It's just my slides. I just go over them in a little more detail. We're just writing the word fingerprinting in there because you got to get fingerprinted as well. As part of that. That's on bottom of page 4. Now, the top of page 5 is the same thing. Qualifications for a broker's license. You're required to have all the same stuff. Be 18 years of age or older. However, there is an exception for veterans. Here, let's back this up. You got to be 18 years of age or older, prove a high school education or its equivalent, furnish evidence of good moral character, serve 3 years full-time as a licensed salesperson. How old do you need to get your salesperson's license? How old do you need to be?
18.
18.
So how old do you need to be to get your broker's license? If you got to serve 3 years as
21.
a salesperson. 21. Common sense would tell you that, right? Here's a tip for you. Anytime there is an exception to the rule, when there's an exam question, always follow the exception rather than the rule. There's an exception for honorably discharged veterans that are with a service-connected wound or disability, where they can skip that 3-year full-time as a salesperson and immediately after they get their salesperson's license, go to get their broker's license. It only applies to wounded veterans, honorably discharged. So this is an exception for veterans. Otherwise, for most people, it's 21 years of age. When taking the state exam, always follow the exception rather than the rule. So in this case, the exception for veterans, they do not need to be licensed for 3 years. That's for the honorably discharged veterans with service-connected wounds or disabilities. I couldn't fit all that in there in this slide, so I didn't. Okay, now, successfully complete a 150-hour pre-licensing course in order to become a broker, which consists of 3 class modules. You got to take 3 classes. One is a 30-hour class in ethics and agency law. The other is a 30-hour class in office management and a 90-hour class in core topics. This class you guys are taking are for core topics. It's only a 75-hour class, though. How come brokers get 90 hours? Well, once you've been working in a business for 3 years, it's harder to re-educate you because you think you know it all. You think you know better by then. So they give us 90 hours to re-educate the people who've been in the business for a while. That's why. So that totals 90 hours and 2 30-hour classes. That's a 150-hour broker's course. They have to disclose their social security number as well, get fingerprinted, and pass a state exam. So next to where it says be 18 years of age or older on the top of page 5, right? This is an exemption for vets. Otherwise, the age is 21. Let me see if I have that. Yeah, here we go. Here, just write this. Everybody got that?
Yep.
All right. You know what? I'm also going to pause it this time. I'm just going to throw out there the after lunch break attendance poll. You guys can answer that real quick. Thank you. All right. So what is full-time? We talk about to get your broker's license, you have to be 3 years full-time. When you're working in real estate, you're not exactly punching in on a time clock, are you? Actually, as a broker, if you're sitting in the office, I'm wondering if you're not sitting there for floor time to answer phone calls, or you're not meeting with clients or setting up appointments, what the hell are you doing in the office? That's not working, right? So you should be out there mixing and mingling with the public, trying to get business. So full time, you're not exactly punching in on a time clock. So what is full time for a salesperson trying to obtain their broker's license? You had to work at least 40 hours per week during the approximate hours of 10 a.m. to 8 p.m. and not have another job more than 25 hours a week. All right, that is what is considered full time. Now, they'll have your, in order to get your broker's license, they're going to want you to certify this. The Real Estate Commission is going to want you to certify that you were working full-time during this period. They're going to want you to supply some sort of evidence that you had listings and worked with clients during this period, having listings and sales and such. And they're going to want your broker to sign off verifying to the best of their knowledge that you worked full-time and did not have another job more than 25 hours per week. And here's a form called the Broker's Experience History Report that they would have you fill out for that. Now, I've had people take broker's classes before, and then their brokers don't sign off on it, even though the agent was saying that they did work full-time. Well, sometimes you get brokers out there that are jerks. They think that you're going to open up your own brokerage and try to steal their business away. So they try to prevent you from getting your broker's license. Most brokers are not like that, but there are some out there that are. So to protect yourselves, I've got some advice for you guys, okay? When you start working at a brokerage, I suggest you create a standard form for yourselves and say, I state your name and your license number, was working at whatever brokerage firm you're working at between this period. You put the dates, you know, so was working full-time during this time, and then have your broker sign off on it, okay? And I suggest that you have them sign that every 3 months, every quarter. You know, there's 4 quarters in a year, there's 3 months in each quarter. Have them sign that every quarter. And if they ever don't want to sign it, you basically tell them to screw, you quit, and you go work at another brokerage. Because why waste 3 years working at a brokerage that's going to try to screw you over like that? Okay, this is the way that you could try to keep the evidence so that when you go to get your broker's license someday down the road, you don't have to deal with a broker who's going to lie, you know, prevent you from getting your broker's license. It's an expensive class to take. A lot of schools charge $1,200 for this. We charge a little bit. We charge like $9 something, you know. But a lot of schools charge $1,200 for a broker's class, and then you find out your broker's not going to sign off on it that you actually were working full-time when you were. That kind of sucks, don't it? So there's 2 definitions for full-time: salespeople who are trying to obtain their broker's license, and then for people who already have their broker's licenses that are in a position of an office manager. That would be a broker or broker salesperson that's managing maybe a branch office. A branch office would be a 2nd or 3rd office that your brokerage may have. It requires somebody with a broker type license to manage a real estate office. So for supervising licensees, they have to be physically present at the office at least 5 days a week during normal business hours, whatever they may be, and not have another job. Why? Because they're supposed to be in the office supervising. But wait, don't brokers ever go on vacation? Don't they ever stay at home sick? Well, they should have somebody there with a broker salesperson's license then to fill in for them when they're away in their absence. You know, what about brokers who teach real estate classes? Well, the brokerage can remain on and keep in business as long as they have somebody with a broker salesperson's license that's there in their absence. So this is page 16. You have this definition, and in page 5, you have this definition. So here's page 5, what to highlight, and here's what to highlight on page 16. Let me know when you guys have that. Okay. This is on the bottom of page 5. And this is on page 16, towards the top of the page.
You said it was at the top of page 16?
Yeah, it's towards the top of the page 16. Yeah, under the section of main office, it is in the 3rd paragraph under main office.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome. All right, everybody got that?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. So exception for veterans, I told you about already. If you have to be working 3 years full-time as a salesperson in order to get your broker's license. What is full-time for someone trying to get their broker's license? 40 hours a week during the approximate hours of 10 and 8, and not have another job more than 25 hours a week. Yeah. Okay. Now, that experience requirement is waived for honorably discharged veterans with service-connected wounds or disabilities. I'm not sure what level of disability, because there's different rankings, 25%, 50, 75, 100% disabled. I'm not sure what level of disability is required by the Real Estate Commission for them to qualify for that. But anyway, there is an exception for that. Just be aware of that. Now, the education requirement, this is different from the experience requirement working full-time. Exceptions for the education requirement. The Real Estate Commission may waive the education requirement for qualification for salesperson's licenses. If you're a licensed broker from another state, someone previously licensed as a New Jersey broker within the last 5 years, maybe say you let your license lapse, you can come back and get a salesperson's license. Someone who has taken equivalent real estate courses in college, meaning that you majored in real estate. Attorneys However, they're not exempt from the 3-year full-time experience requirement to become brokers. Certain applicants who took equivalent pre-licensing courses in another state, meaning it was at least 75 hours. And keep in mind, New Jersey does not have reciprocity with other states, though. Because you took a 75-hour pre-licensing course in another state doesn't mean that New Jersey's just going to give you the license here. They'll give you a waiver for the education requirement, but you'd still need to take the exam. So let's do these highlights for the exceptions on page 5. And let me know when you guys are done. Just say done, 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 when you guys are done with all the highlights, okay? So I don't have to ask.
Done.
Right?
Done.
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 Now, even though we didn't highlight this, we did go over this stuff earlier. You know, no license will be issued to anyone convicted within the last 5 years of forgery, burglary, robbery, any theft other than shoplifting, criminal conspiracy to defraud, or any other like offense, which they'd have to evaluate on a case-by-case basis. All right. Licenses and criminal convictions. No license will be issued to anyone convicted within the preceding 5 years of forgery, burglary, robbery, any theft other than shoplifting, criminal conspiracy to defraud, or any other like offense. They do believe in redemption. If it was more than 5 years ago, you may possibly be able to get the license still, but the Real Estate Commission would have to take a look and see what happened and see, are you remorseful for what you did back then, you know, or has nothing changed, you know? They do believe in redemption. All right. Additional licensing issues. Let's see. Continuing under the bullet points under exception heading on page 5, 6, and 7. All right. So the bottom of page 5, required experience. We already went over this. The 3 years full-time experience requirement. By the way, there's quite a few exam questions I'm seeing on this slide, based on information on this slide. The time limit on application, how long do you have to get your real estate license from the time you pass your school exam? 1 year, years, a year, right? Can you get a license in New Jersey if you're not a resident of the state? Yes, you just need to sign a consent to be sued in the state, often also referred to as an irrevocable consent to service of process. That link is right here. So if you may need that, what does it look like? Come on. All right. Here's the link for that, for non-residents to get their license here in the state of New Jersey. Licensees must notify the Real Estate Commission within 30 days. That's an exam question usually, of any arrest, indictment, or being charged with a crime. Well, indictment you guys know what that word indictment is, right? We hear it all the time. They're always, indicting a president or indicting a candidate or indicting somebody. Somebody's been indicted. Politicians use these terms all the time to try to make it sound like somebody's been found guilty of something by using a fancy word called indicted. They've been indicted. Indicted means you've been accused of something. That's all it means. Yeah, if you ever watch Law and Order, you know you could indict a ham sandwich, right? Indictment, being charged with a crime, or if you move, you have to update your address on file with the Real Estate Commission within 30 days. Let's see, page 24, chapter 2, next slide. Okay, so I guess they're going to go over this on the next slide again in a moment. Let me see. Yeah, we'll go over that in a second. Corporations can be granted a real estate license only if one of their officers holds a broker's license, and then they'll become the broker of record for the corporation. State exam fees are paid directly to PSI. Schools cannot collect fees for the state exam. I know quite a few of you asked me about this when you were signing up for school, if the state exam is included in the fee for the school. No, schools are not allowed to charge that. They can't collect that. That's something you pay directly to the state testing agency. What happens if your broker dies or they become physically or mentally incapacitated? Well, what happens to your license if your broker loses theirs?
Nothing.
Nothing? In order to get your license, don't you need to be sponsored by an actively licensed broker?
But if he already signed it or he already approved.
What's the purpose of having to be sponsored by a broker, an actively licensed broker? To make sure that they're supervising you, to provide guidance and direction, to make sure you're following the laws and the rules of the Real Estate Commission. So if your broker loses their license, your license will be suspended, not because you did anything wrong, but because you're not licensed under an active broker anymore. So until that broker gets their license back, or that broker is replaced with somebody who has an active license, you can't work. Another option is you could also transfer your license to another brokerage firm. Okay? And the Real Estate Commission will reissue the license to you in the name of the new brokerage.
But it's not that we lost our license. It's not suspended or
it's suspended.
It is?
It's suspended. Not because you did anything wrong.
Okay.
But you cannot work unless you're licensed under an actively licensed broker who can monitor you. So if your broker lost their license, you can't have an active license. Not unless they get their license back. That broker is replaced with somebody who has an active license. Or you could transfer your license to another brokerage firm, in which case you could transfer your license from one brokerage to the next, but the Real Estate Commission usually charges a $25 transfer fee for that. But they'll waive that fee and reissue a new license at no charge under the new brokerage because you didn't do anything wrong, so they're not going to penalize you for that. Okay? That's an exam question all on its own. Understanding how that works. So a temporary license can be requested within 30 days if your broker dies or they lose their mental capacity or what have you. A salesperson's license, a salesperson who meets all the requirements to get their broker's license can request a temporary broker's license within 30 days of that broker's incapacitation. And that temporary broker's license will be good for 1 year, in which time that salesperson who's now got a temporary broker's license has to take the broker's 150-hour course and the exams to make it legitimate. So who could step in and take place of your broker if they lose their license, if they die or become mentally or physically incapacitated? A broker salesperson, because they already have a broker type license. But if there's nobody there with a broker type license, a salesperson that meets the requirements to get their broker's license can request that temporary broker's license, which will be good for 1 year, in which time they need to make it legitimate. All right. If you fail to renew your license by June 30th of odd years, your license will become inactive, but you can reactivate it within the next term, which is 2 years. But if you go over that, your license becomes void. If you guys want to know all the licensing fees that the state charges, see transfers and terminations, $25 to reissue the license with a new firm. But if your broker loses their license, they'll allow you to transfer your license for free because you didn't do anything wrong. All right, so here's a link here to all the real estate commission. Click on that. So all the real estate commission's fees for licensing for corporations and brokers of record to initially get their licenses, their renewal fees, reinstatement fees, name changes if you want to get married or get divorced and you change your name, or even if you get your license issued in the wrong spelling and you didn't correct it before you sent it into the real estate commission to initially get your license, you call the real estate commission to tell them that they made a mistake and you want to correct your name. The real estate commission will tell you they don't make mistakes. They issued the license in the name that was submitted. So it'll be $50 to change your name. So make sure you check that your name is spelled correctly before you send the paperwork in. And here's fees for all kinds of other stuff. Okay, license transfers, yada, yada, yada. So here's the fee schedules. So on this one slide, there's let me see. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. I see about 7 exam questions on this slide, or that are based on information that's on this slide. Which is this information here that you'll highlight on page 6. If you can't read my chicken scratch, just ask me and I'll tell you what it is, okay? By the way, state exam, they changed the exam fee. It is now $38 per attempt. Used to be $45. They lowered it, actually. So to take the state exam, it's $38 per attempt. So time limit on application is you got 1 year to get your license from the time you pass the school exam. A year is a year is a year, right? Non-residents can get their license here, but you got to sign the consent to be sued in the state. That's what that irrevocable consent to service of process is. Corporations can get a broker's license if one of their officers holds a broker's license. Then they could be licensed as a company. Exam fees are paid directly to the testing center. $38 per attempt. No limit on the number of attempts. And who can a temporary license be issued to? If your broker becomes physically or mentally incapacitated, they get Alzheimer's, dementia, they die, they go insane, who can take over for them? Someone with a broker salesperson license, or a salesperson that meets the requirements to get the broker's license. They just haven't chosen to do so up until now. Let me know when you guys get all those highlights and notes.
Done.
All right, everybody else good too?
Done.
Done.
Okay. So the CE requirement that we already went over, I had a slide where I kept all the licensing stuff together. Well, now we're getting to it in the book on page 6. Let's highlight, you may be subject the licensee to a processing fee of $200 if you don't complete your CE by April 30th of odd years. And then here's the breakdown of the CE again. 12 hours, 6 hours in core topics, 2 on ethics, 1 on fair housing, 3 on other core topics, totaling 6 hours within the core topics, and then you can take 6 hours of any other approved course. And we know brokers licensed as broker or broker salespeople licensed for 40 or more years can avoid getting CE, and so can referral agents. Done?
Done.
Done.
All right, what happens if you don't renew your license? This is on the next page 7. Let's highlight this. If you don't renew your license within or reactivate it within the next renewal term, which is 2 years, your license becomes void. And how much does it cost to renew your license? $100 for salespeople and referral agents, $200 for brokers and broker salespeople. All right.
Done.
Okay.
Done.
Let's see. So licensees must notify the real estate commission within 30 days of any arrest, indictment, or being charged with a crime. And if they move, have to update their licenses on file with the real estate commission within 30 days as well. Here's an example: failure to notify the real estate commission within 30 days being charged with a crime. So his license was put on probation and he has to pay $500 fine. Here's another person, they didn't notify the real estate commission, or he attempted to procure a real estate license by misrepresenting that he did not have criminal charges pending when he filed for his application for licensure. So he lied. He's eligible for licensure to be held on probationary period for 1 year, and a $500 fine was imposed. And then here's another one. We already went over this. The guy had his license revoked and had $10,000 fine. All right. All right, changes of license status. I already told you about it. You could change your license from salesperson to referral agent, or from referral agent back to salesperson. You'll pay a $50 fee to change the status of your license. You could find that on that rec fee page. Your brokers would have to do that for you, though. If you want to change your license from referral agent back to a salesperson, you'll have to take more CE classes before you could do that. And they're usually all core topics that you need to take. And you can see the guide of what kind of classes you need to take. Now, if you initially never got your license as a salesperson, you initially get it as a referral agent, you have to take even more CE classes. And if you're, depending how long you're hanging your license as a referral agent, you may even need to take an exam again. All right, license procedures. Once again, the breakdown of the whole procedure. You got to take this 75-hour class. You got to take and pass a school exam and a state exam. Passing score is 70%, right? Then you need to submit your paperwork to resubmit it to PSI. And then you take your exam with PSI. You pass that state exam. They give you paperwork that your sponsoring broker has to sign that says that they're going to be supervising you. Then you need to get fingerprinted, have that cash register looking receipt and that fingerprinting form filled out. Pay $50 for that background check. That's part of that $160 total. And $10 goes to the guarantee fund and $100 to the license itself, made out to the state treasurer of New Jersey. What to bring to the licensing exam? You need to, first of all, set up that appointment, bring 2 forms of valid ID, at least one US government issued photo ID. You don't need one to vote, but you need one to get a real estate license. There you go. Passing scores is 70%. Once you pass and you submit all that information into the real estate commission to get your license, when can you work? When your name is showing in this database. Here's a shortcut that I made that points to this same link, which has dashes and underscores in it, and it's much longer. Okay. Did I share this link with you already? The tiny URL for the real estate licensee database? Yeah, let me share it with you. NJRE licensee database. Boom, there's a link for that. And then you need to print out your pocket card and carry it with you anytime you're conducting business. Licensing law requires it, so therefore that may be an exam question too. Printing your pocket card, your brokers can do it, and you could do it as well if you have this link right here. So let me get you that link. All right. Here are the different exam centers. If you wish to get your take your real estate licensing exam in person, here's the locations for all the exam centers in New Jersey. If you wish to, you could take them in other states as well. If you're not going to be in New Jersey, we have these testing centers in all 50 states. And you can arrange to get your New Jersey real estate licensing exam. You could take it in another state, just so that you know. I had this situation several times with students before, so just throwing that out there for you. This is on page 9. What do you bring with you to the exam center? Let's highlight this. You know, at least 2 forms of valid ID, at least 1 government-issued photo ID. In some instances, they'll accept a Canadian ID. If you show a passport, it has to be a U.S. issued passport, not a foreign passport. For fingerprinting, same thing. Here's actually a link where you could go to the Identigo's website. This link will tell you specifically what types of, under your situation, what type of IDs that you can bring to fingerprinting. Here is that information. I'll share it with you in the chat window. For fingerprinting. So if we click on this link here, I'll take you to the Identigo's website. That's the fingerprinting place. If you use that specific link, we just skip right to the part. This is not how you register for the exam, for the fingerprinting. You have to start off with that beginning link with the code. But this is the place where you could go to find out what kinds of IDs you need to take with you. First, you select your country of birth and then the country of citizenship, and then it'll tell you what specific IDs that you can bring with you. Okay. Otherwise, when you go to get your fingerprinting, you start the fingerprinting process by going to unroll.identigo.com. And you need to print out that fingerprinting form from the Real Estate Commission's website as well. Now that guarantee fund, you pay $10 into the guarantee fund. Here's the guarantee fund. I need you to highlight this stuff here. What is the guarantee fund? You'll probably get several questions on this between school and state exam. So when you initially get your license, it costs you $160, $100 for the license, $50 the background check, $10 to the guarantee fund. What is the guarantee fund? What is its purpose? Well, the guarantee fund was established to reimburse members of the public who suffer a monetary loss due to the wrongdoing such as embezzlement, conversion, or unlawful obtaining of money or property in a real estate transaction by a broker or their salespeople or an unlicensed employee of the broker. Now, first, the party must obtain a judgment naming the Real Estate Commission as party to the suit so that they're aware something's going on. And if the party suffering the loss is unable to collect on that judgment, because we know it's 2 separate things, being able to sue somebody and get a judgment against them and then being able to collect on that judgment are 2 different things, right? What is a judgment? A judgment is a piece of paper from the court saying you owe me money, right? I could have a piece of paper that says you owe me $50,000. It's another thing being able to get $50,000 if you don't have it, right? So if they're unable to collect on that judgment, they may apply within 6 years to the guarantee fund for payment. The criminal claim has to also be filed against that offending party. You can't sue your spouse to get money out of the guarantee fund. I guess they put that there because some idiot probably tried it. Each salesperson puts $10 to the guarantee fund, and every broker or broker salesperson $20 into the guarantee fund at the time they get their license. Maximum payment for a single claim is $20,000 per offense. There could be more than one offense in a transaction. But if there's not enough in the fund to pay all claims against it, the commission may assess licensees an additional amount at the time of the license renewal. I've been licensed since early 2004, I think it was, January 2004, and that's never happened. Once the fund pays a claim against a broker or salesperson, that person's license is revoked until the fund is reimbursed with interest. Does that mean that you could get your license back? No. Think about it. You rob somebody of their money, you refuse to pay them back, they had to sue you, got a judgment, you still didn't pay them back, and only when their license is revoked, when there's a payout from the guarantee fund, that you're like, oh, my bad, here's the money, let me keep my license. No. What do they mean here is that it could be years later, more than 5 years, you realize you did something stupid, you repent, all's well in your life, you found Jesus, you're all better now, and now you're a good person, and you want to get your license back again. The real estate commission sees that you have remorse, but before they decide whether they're going to give you the license back or not, they're going to see if there was a claim payout made from the guarantee fund, and if you paid that money back plus interest. If you didn't, you need to pay that money back plus interest before they'll decide if they're going to give you that license back. Okay. Everybody got those highlights?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
So basically, I just go over all of that again, what we had went over on the highlights on the previous one. I just go over it in my plain English here on this slide. I should probably change the order of those slides. Whatever. All right. And then, so they have to obtain a court judgment, name the real estate commission, try to collect the judgment, file a complaint, apply for reimbursement within 6 years, maximum payouts $20,000. Your license can be revoked. All right, so let's back this up again. What are the possible questions that could come out of this? What's the purpose of the guarantee fund? What is the purpose of the guarantee fund?
Purpose of the guarantee fund is if somebody basically does anything unlawful to you, specifically a broker, then you're able to basically sue them.
Well, it could be you too, as a salesperson or an unlicensed assistant as well. Basically, if you rob that person of their money, they gave you deposit money because they were going to purchase a house, and instead you decided, hey, look at all this cash I got. Before I give it to my broker, let me go to Parks Casino and see if I could double my money. All right. Your luck wasn't so good. You basically now can't pay them back. You robbed them. What can they do? They can file a claim against the guarantee fund, but they got to go through this whole process to do it. What's the maximum that they could get back?
20,000.
So I hope you didn't give them, I hope they didn't give you more than $20,000. How long do they have to file a claim against the guarantee fund?
6 years.
6 years. Where does the guarantee fund get that money from that they do the payouts?
They get it from salespeople that
Most
contribute.
people contribute.
Yeah, when you get your license, you pay up $10 into the guarantee fund, and brokers and broker salespeople pay $20 to the guarantee fund. And what happens if there's a payout from the guarantee fund? What happens to your license?
The license is revoked if it's a penalty.
It's revoked. You see all the different questions that could come out of this? What's the purpose of the guarantee fund? How long does somebody have to make a claim against the guarantee fund? Where does the guarantee fund get its money? How much do salespeople and brokers pay into it? How much is the maximum payout? And what happens if there is a payout to your license? Okay, so there's like 6 questions right there that could come from this. And you will get several questions from this. Telling you right now. All right. And here's an example. What did this guy do? Leon. What did Leon do in 2020? Commissioned unworthiness, bad faith, dishonesty. His broker's license is revoked. He was a broker. And he shall be ineligible for reinstatement of his license until he satisfies the judgment in full, including reimbursement to the guarantee fund with interest. So apparently this guy robbed somebody of their money. You think once he pays it back, they're going to give him the license right away? Probably not. You're probably going to have to wait at least 5 years and show some kind of remorse. All right, what's a rental referral agency? Have you guys ever heard of one of these? How's a rental referral agency any different from a real estate brokerage? Well, a rental referral agency, I'll give you an example of one of them. I know is a big name around here is bestrentnj.com. Now, I usually don't mention names of brokerages in class, but there's very few companies that specialize in this, and this is one that's popular. I know their name. So Best Rent NJ is one example of this. It's a real estate company. You're licensed as a real estate company, but you specialize in rentals but not just any rentals like of a single family house. Somebody comes to you that they want to rent out, or a 2-family house. They go to apartment complexes and high rises and big complexes that usually have their own rental offices in them. So the real estate company approaches the owner of this complex and says, listen, we have a highly trafficked website. We're going to advertise your property. And in the event that we get a renter for you, you agree to pay us a predetermined referral fee that we're going to agree upon. Now, because that owner can still rent it out on their own, we need to check with that owner every day if we're advertising a property to see if one of those units is still available and vacant, because we can't just advertise properties and them not be available. There's something called truth in advertising, right? And if we have a listing from them, but we don't advertise it, so like if somebody walks into our agency and they're looking for a rental that we don't advertise, but we have a listing of, we still have to check with that owner once every 3 days to make sure that they didn't rent it out on their own. So those timelines you may need to know. We cannot advertise anybody's property, first of all, without the owner's permission. Does that make sense? You can't advertise somebody's property for sale or rent without their permission.
Yes.
Yes. Come on, be more positive with that one. Come on. Can I put your property up for sale without your permission? No. Yeah, I need your permission first. And just because I advertise your property, does it mean that you have to pay me a commission? No, we have to have some sort of an agreement in writing. And I can't just advertise properties unless they're actually available. So we need to check with you every day to see if you still got one of those rental units available, because you could have rented it out on your own. And if we don't advertise it, we just got a listing, I got to check with you once every 3 days. That's what rental referral agencies have to do. And if any renter gives us an advance fee of $25 or more as a deposit, maybe to hold a unit, we need to put it into our escrow account. Sometimes people call it a trust account or escrow account. That's a bank account where we keep other people's money in for a temporary period of time. So it's called a trust or escrow account. Somebody gives us their money as a deposit. We need to put it in this bank account that's only to be used to keep other people's money in for short periods of time. And if they give us more than, how much do we got to put it in an escrow account? If they give us more than $25. Hope you guys are paying attention. Several of you are pretty quiet. So let's do these highlights that talk about this on page 10 under rental referral agencies or rental referral companies. Page 10, rental referral companies. Yikes.
Done.
I have a quick question. What is the difference between a listing and an advertisement? Maybe I missed it. You just said that.
Okay. A listing is when owner hires us to market their property for sale or rent. And we put it in the, we either put it in the MLS or we have it in our own back office system that shows that this property, we have a contract with the owner where they're going to pay us a fee if we find them a renter. Okay, that's a listing. Advertising the property is if we advertise it somewhere in a magazine or online on a website, versus just keeping it in-house where nobody sees it unless they walk in our front door.
Okay, so if you get a job with like a major firm and it's automatically added to the website because you put it in your database, is that now considered an advertisement?
No, because so where's that being seen? Who's seeing it? Is it going to third-party websites? Is it just staying within our own database that we just show it to people who come to us looking for rentals?
Okay, I get what you're saying.
Okay.
So if it's blasted out, basically.
Yeah, if we're advertising it in magazines or real estate websites, that's an advertisement, or even our own website. You know, if we put it on our website, that's an advertisement. Our website's an advertisement. Versus if somebody comes into our office and then we introduce them to this property, hey, this is part of our list. These are one of our listings. We have a contract with the owner to help try to find them a renter. Okay.
Got it.
Now, this is pretty much it for this chapter. However, older versions of this book skipped ahead and started talking about, they used to have something here which is now not talked about until we get to chapter 18. But they used to mention this stuff right here at the end of chapter 1. So I still got a slide here about it because I like to talk about this now instead of waiting till the end. when it deals with interstate property sales, this is on page 343 in chapter 18. So you may want to turn to page 343 temporarily so that we could just deal with this. I'll go there with you, page 343. At the bottom of page 343, interstate property sales. Regulations are contained in the Real Estate Full Disclosure Act that protects consumers from undue sales pressure from unscrupulous developers and marketers. That's dealing mostly with timeshare sales, basically, or any out-of-state property that's marketed to New Jersey residents. The Bureau of Subdivided Land Sales Control, that's a division within the Real Estate Commission. It's actually a job position within the Real Estate Commission. That's a nice cush job to have, to work for the Bureau of Subdivided Land Sales Control. This is a department within the Real Estate Commission that has to approve any out-of-state new construction properties before they could be offered for sale, advertised in New Jersey to New Jersey residents, to ensure these properties actually exist. They're not trying to sell you a bridge somewhere, a bridge to nowhere, you know, or sell you some swampland in Florida. It actually has to be a legitimate project that shows that they have the properties in place, the proper registration and licensing and bonding, and funds are in place to actually start this project. The approvals from that state are in place, you know, to make sure that somebody's not just selling you a fake idea, which this used to happen a long time ago in Florida. You had a lot of these scammers out there selling you swampland, you know. So if you do purchase one of these properties, an out-of-state property that's new construction, that's marketed to New Jersey residents, buyers have 7 days to cancel the purchase of these properties. This is called the right of rescission. Your right to change your mind, to rescind your offer to buy. That's called the right of rescission. That's what the word rescission means, to cancel, to take back. There's a 7-day right of rescission for new construction of out-of-state property sold to New Jersey residents. Anybody here ever been to one of those timeshare sales pitches? They're kind of high pressure deals where they offer you some stuff for free. Could be a free vacation even. Offer you free show tickets or steak dinners or whatever it is. You know, just come listen to their sales pitch, and then it's a high pressure sales tactics that they use to try to sell you these properties. Well, you have a 7-day right of rescission to back out of them. Now, this is a little bit separate. Advertising language rules. All contracts and disclosures have to be available in the same language that you advertise a property in. Okay? We're not talking about general real estate ads. We're talking about ads specifically advertising a property for sale. Not just an ad that says, "Hi, I'm Victor. I'm with Jersey Brokers. I'm the best real estate agent out there." You know, if I'm advertising a specific property at 123 Main Street, if I advertise it, whatever language I advertise it in, I have to have all the contracts and disclosures available in the same language that I'm advertising the property. Okay, that's just your basic general rule. Some message here. All right. And this applies to all properties, whether they're in-state or out-of-state properties marketed to New Jersey residents. So let's do this highlight on page 343. The rules are intended to protect the public from unscrupulous developers and marketers from undue sales pressure. Oops. Sorry.
Done.
Okay. No, I'm spelling it wrong. R-E-S-C. Okay. And on the next page, 344, buyers have up to 7 calendar days to cancel the contract for the purchase or lease of such lands. Similar rights apply to large in-state subdivisions. That would be, what is a large in-state subdivision? Meaning that it has 100 lots or more, but not less than 10, as long as they have common area elements. But not less than 10, as long as they have common area elements, as with condos and cooperatives, condominiums and cooperatives, they must give a 7-day right of rescission. Okay. And then down here is talking about the advertising language that I spoke of on that previous slide. You know, all properties that are advertised in New Jersey in languages other than English, subsequent forms must be available to prospective purchasers in the same language that was used in the original advertisement. And this applies to new construction only, though. Got it?
Give me 1 second.
1 second.
All right, I'm done.
Anybody else?
Done.
Done.
Okay, done.
All done.
So you're going to see this slide. I prepared this slide, and it is in almost every chapter slideshow. I prepared this for you because these rights of rescission.
I think you're on mute.
Nope, I'm not on mute. Can you hear me?
I can hear you.
Okay, now I can hear you. Yes, sorry.
Okay. So I prepared this slide that you'll see in just about every chapter. I prepared this slide for you because peppered throughout this book are different rights of rescission for different reasons. Once again, what does the word rescission mean? It's the right to cancel a contract within a given period of time. Now, we just learned about the 7-day right of rescission. Most of these ones here all deal with real estate sales. These last two deal with financing for real estate. Now, so just about all of these deal exclusively with new construction, except for the last one. So there's a 7-day right of rescission for both out-of-state properties marketed to New Jersey residents, as well as large in-state subdivisions. There's 5-day right of rescission for the discovery of off-site conditions. That means anything you could have one standalone house that's new construction. It doesn't need to be a part of a subdivision. As long as you want to back out of the sale, the purchase of a new construction house because of something that's not on the property. Outside factors that are not on the property lead to that decision. There's a 5-day right of rescission for that. And then there's a 3-day right of rescission for any property, whether it's new or a resale property, for your attorney review period. Okay, a property can be canceled at any time before you're in a legally binding contract while it's still under attorney review. And then there's a 3-day rescission period for refinancing. Refinancing, what does that mean? Well, that means you already have financing in place. Refinancing indicates you already have financing for your property, right, that you already own. Why would you refinance? Well, it's basically getting a new loan to pay off your existing one. There's several reasons why you do this. Maybe you could get a new loan at a lower interest rate, and that's why you're refinancing. Or maybe to do a cash out refinance to pull out some of the equity that you've built in the property. Equity is the difference between the value of the property and what you owe on it. It's your built-in value. So it could be, you could gain equity in several ways by either paying down what you owe on the property, by market values simply going up, or maybe you did improvements to the property that drove the value up and build equity in your property. So you can refinance and take money out against the equity that's in your property. So basically now you owe that much more. And there's no right of rescission for loans that are used to buy real estate. We call that a purchase money mortgage. Any loan used to buy real estate. Purchase money mortgage, read it backward. Mortgage money to purchase. Okay. There is no right of rescission for a purchase money mortgage. So these are the various rescission periods. You need to understand the word rescission and what the rescission periods are for these various things. And we go over this. I got the slide in just about every chapter. In some chapters, you may see it more than once because you need to know these rescission periods. And there's no one page in the book that has this that you'll highlight. So you'll just have to snap a picture of this slide and study it, you know. All right. Understanding commissions and setting goals. How much money you want to make your first year in real estate. Let's go over, this is actually a decent video. I believe that it goes over, he's going to try selling his book again, you know, talking about a book that he made. But he goes over some basic good topics about commissions and setting goals. So let's listen to him. This is that Ryan Serhant guy again from that $1 Million Listing Agent.
I sold over $4 billion worth of real estate over the last couple years. But what does that really mean? How much real estate agents actually make? Hello, all you beautiful people. A few things before we get started. Yes, the book is still strapped to my damn hands. If you could please pre-order Big Money Energy. My new book comes out February 2nd. I wrote it during quarantine. The link is in the caption. And if you haven't subscribed, please subscribe. The little thingy right here. Really, really, really important. I love you so much. Like all that, send this to your friends. Most of you probably know me from $1 Million Listing New York on Bravo, a show I've been on for nearly 10 years. And on that show, they show me making money. The show is about selling property, personal life, and all that, but it's always capped by sale price, commission. And people see it like, whoa, $2 million commission, $600,000 commission. Wow, 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 wow. But it doesn't go into the splits, doesn't go into the taxes, doesn't go into the marketing fees, doesn't go into all the little details that break out that entire commission dollar amount. And so I want to bring some clarity to all of you who might be thinking about getting into this business, because this is the greatest business in the world. And until the house can figure out how to sell itself to another house, there will always be a need for real estate agents. Now, let me state the obvious. New York City real estate is very different from the rest of the world. Our average price point in New York is just over $1 million for maybe a room this exact size. The rule of thumb in New York is you're paying about $1 million a bedroom. Now, obviously, we've sold things that are much, much, much more expensive. We just sold a 3-bedroom for $36 million. And there's also things that are much, much, much less expensive. But on average, that's the way you work. The rest of the United States, the average home sale price is just under $300,000. So commission amounts up.
All right, guys, he's going to show you how to set goals here and how to figure out how much money you're actually going to be making from a transaction. So pay attention to this, okay?
I sold over comes out February 2nd, this to your friends, dollar commission, $600,000 commission sales, and figure out how to sell itself to another house agent.
Let me try to
maybe a room much less expensive. But keep in mind, the splits that real estate agents in New York have with the house, so the main brokerage, are a lot lower than what you'll find in the rest of the country, and for good reason. There are massive expenses in New York.
Hold on.
With the house, so a lot more in other places to be able to make nearly as much as real estate agents make in New York City. But keep in mind, the splits that real estate agents in New York have with the house, so the main brokerage, are a lot lower than what you'll find in the rest of the country, and for good reason. There are massive expenses in New York. Do you have any idea how much it costs, not just to live in New York City, but how much it costs to operate a business?
Same thing in New Jersey. New Jersey's not cheap either.
New York City, it's very, very, very expensive. So for all of you who are not yet in the real estate business and you're thinking about it, but you're nervous because you know there's no salaries and everything is commissioned and you have bills and you have loans, you have life to pay for, I want to walk you through exactly how the numbers work, okay? So let's say you sell something for $1 million. The average commission in the United States, including New York City, is 2.5%.
All right, hold on one second. He's talking about per side. Now, in New Jersey and everywhere, all commissions are negotiable, but he's talking about an average. So that means for each transaction, it has an average of about 5%. In New Jersey, that average is closer to 5.5%. But in New Jersey, all commissions are negotiable. So 2.5%, he's talking about, that's like for the seller side, and then there's 2.5% on the buyer side for a grand total of 5%. Okay, that's from the perspective that he's going for this example that he's giving, okay?
Sometimes if you represent both sides of the deal, if you're in a state where you can do that, you can get 5% or 4% or 3%, whatever you negotiate with that seller or whatever you've negotiated with that buyer going into that deal. But more often than not, in the United States, the seller is paying a commission that is pre-negotiated with the seller's agent. The seller's agent then lists that property for sale in the MLS, by the way, in New York. I know, it's crazy. And they advertise what the commission percentage is that they are willing to then pay the buyer's agent. So most often the selling agent goes to the seller and says, we can list it for X amount. So let's say $1 million, and the commission is gonna be 5%. Because there's most likely going to be a buyer's agent and we need to pay 2.5 to them and 2.5 to us, and we split it 50-50. So let's say you're bringing the buyer. You bring the buyer and it's an amazing place, well priced. You jump on it, you get it for the $1 million. Boom. Commission on $1 million listing would then say $25,000. Now, if you're a brand new agent, most real estate brokerages start their agents on a 50-50 split, meaning for every dollar you bring in, the brokerage gets 50% of that. And again, for good reason. They're helping you, they're training you, they're providing leads a lot of the time. They're giving you all the resources, everything, so that you don't have to come out of pocket. Remember, everyone needs to make a living. And the less the brokerage makes off of you, the less they're gonna help you. So $25,000 then is split in half if that's the split with the brokerage. So that's $12,500, and that goes to you. Now, if there were marketing costs, marketing fees that are taking off the top, maybe you had to get a taxi or some other expense and the brokerage paid it for you, so you didn't have to come out of pocket, that then gets deducted. Other real estate brokerages have desk fees, they have lead generation fees. So make sure you
don't ever pay desk fees. Don't go to a brokerage, especially as a new agent, to any brokerage that requires you to pay desk fees. That's basically you paying rent for the privilege of hanging your license at that brokerage's office, whether you get a sale or not. Do not pay desk fees. The whole idea of desk fees is you're experienced, you've got your own book of business, and they're going to give you a much higher commission split. Okay. But don't pay desk fees. Okay. There's no reason. There's plenty of brokerages out there where you do not have to pay desk fees. 50% commission, they say, is the average for new agents. And listen, your commissions will go up based on the amount of business that you do and the amount of business that you bring in. Some brokerages will just hire you at a higher percentage split, but don't go working for any broker that's going to offer to pay you less than that 50% commission split. He's talking about marketing costs and stuff like that. Let's talk about franchise fees. You want to be a member of Keller Williams or Century 21 or any of those other things. Those are franchises, and you pay a fee for being associated with and able to use that large company name. That's a franchise fee. Those franchise fees also have marketing costs. So combined, franchise fees and their marketing cost on average will be between 5 to 8% of the total commission that's brought into your brokerage. So you and your broker are going to be splitting those franchise fees, which is a percentage out of every transaction that you do. Do not pay desk fees. I'm telling you guys, there's plenty of places you could go work for that are not going to charge you them. Lead generation fees are kind of ridiculous for a brokerage to charge you them, but especially franchises, they teach their brokers how to make money off their agents at any possible turn. So any leads that they may give to you, in addition to their commission split, they may charge you a percentage off the top before they do their split.
You know, when you sign up with your brokerage, to be very, very clear as to what fees, costs, and expenses you are going to be responsible for, both upfront and what will be deducted from your check. I have agents who reach out to me every day who got into the business because of me, flattered, thank you, who say, hey, I just sold my first place. I was supposed to get $3,000, but I got $2,252 and all these things taken out. This is bullshit. Sirhan, have you ever dealt with this? Yeah, that's how the business works. Now, if you've only sold one place and you sold it for $1 million and you're a brand new agent and your split with your brokerage is 50-50, then all you're going to make that whole year is $12,500. And if you don't have any other marketing expenses, that's great. Your check will be for $12,500. Boom. Models and bottles. Hold the phone. Now remember, there's also taxes. One of the big things that independent contractors, which all of us in the United States and most of us in the world forget, net after taxes, costs, and expenses. Remember that. You live in the net. You don't live in the gross. You live in the net. That was important for me to remember too when I first got into the business. One of my first checks ever was for $24,000. And I was like, dude, I can do anything now. Smarts come a lot later, especially when your tax accountant then says to you, oh, hey, by the way, we need X amount of dollars. And you're like, from where? From you. But I don't have that. If you're in New York, it's upwards of 50%. So make sure you understand what your income tax liability is in every single state. One of the reasons I love this business so much is that everything is in your control, which is good and bad. The good is that you can sell as much as you want. No one is ever going to tell you that you've sold too much real estate. The way you're going to make the most money isn't by just selling one home. It's by selling lots of homes. I haven't sold billions and billions and billions of dollars worth of real estate because I sit there and count every single commission check and every single expense. I focus on goals. Let's say you want to get to $100,000 in income by year 2 or 3. Okay? How are we going to do that? Let's break it down by how much we need to actually sell. So if the average home sales price in the United States is just under $300,000, let's say $300,000. Okay? The average commission is 2.5%. So $300,000 times 0.025 okay, is $7,500. That is the total commission. Whatever the split is with your brokerage, you can do the math, follow along with me. But let's say, like we did at the beginning, you're a brand new agent, you're getting tons of resources, you're getting a lot of help. So you agreed 50-50 with your brokerage. That's what makes sense. So 50% of $7,500 is $3,750. That's how much you're going to make on average from one sale of a home that on average is $300,000. You want to make $100,000, your average home sale price where you are is $300,000. You need to sell on average just over 2 homes, hopefully more, every single month.
Or you get both sides of the transaction on one home. Remember, there's the seller side and the buyer side of the transaction. This is that would count as 2 transactions, right? Because you're getting both ends of the deal. So twice the commission in one transaction. If you have the listing and you get the buyer.
Make that number. The more people you know and that know you as a real estate salesperson, the more leads you're going to generate, the better your chances are of getting those 2+ homes sold every single month. That is the business. There's obviously a whole lot more that goes into it. Maybe we'll do more videos like that. If you like this type.
All right, that's that for his little spiel there. you know, but I like the idea that he goes into the numbers there a little bit and explains how the transaction works, and it saves me some breath. And you got a different voice telling you to you. So there you go. Oh, let's take this off screen just for a moment. I'm going to get to that same slide. Let me cover up the math problems here. All right, let's get it back on screen. And I have some math problems for you here. Okay, so here is a math problem. Let's start off with this one. You can use calculators, so bust out your calculators if you got them. And let's see if you could figure out the answers to this. If you can, send it to me in the chat window. Do not shout them out, and make sure in the chat window you select me, Victor, from the drop-down menu before you send any messages. So the question is this. This is very similar to a state exam problem that you get. It says, if a property sells for $325,000. Now, keep in mind, this is a math problem, but it's actually more of a comprehension problem than it is math, because the math is simple. But I can't tell you how many people get it wrong. Just about everybody in every class will get this wrong a couple times before, boom, eureka, there's something clicks in their head and they finally figure it out. So if a property sells for $325,000 and the total commission is 6%, the listing agency gets 60% and the buyer's agent gets 60%. How much does the buyer's agency earn or keep? The number is right. Don't tell me, oh, that's more than 100%. No, it's not. It's a comprehension problem and you're not reading it right. You're not understanding it if that's what you're thinking. Read it over again. If a property sells for $325,000 and the total commission is 6%, step one, what is 6%? 325,000 times 6% is 19,500. That's the total commission. Now let's get to the next step. If the listing agency gets 60%, stop there and figure that out. This is how you should approach this problem. What is 60% of $19,500?
Can I give you the answer?
Or how about
11,700.
How about this? You don't even need to figure this out. You don't even need to know that. But if you want to, you could write that down. Because the question is not asking how much the listing agency gets. The question says if the listing agency gets 60%, let's stop right there. If the listing agency is getting 60%, how much is left over for a buyer's agency? The other side. You don't need a calculator for this. 40%. There's only 100% of the pie, right? This is how you comprehend this problem. That's the important step to understand. Because it doesn't specifically specify it in the problem. People are often scratching their heads and they can't figure this thing out. But if you just stop step by step and you do this problem like this, if the listing agency is getting 60%, then there's 40% left over for the buyer's agency. So what is 40% of 19,500? Okay, don't yell it. Just mark that down, figure it out. Now, if the buyer's agent gets 60%, how much does their agency earn? Their agency. Remember, you're on a split. You're the agent and you're on a split with your agency. If you're on a 60% split, that means you're getting 60%. And how much is your agency keeping? The other 40, right? So your agency is getting 40%. Now, usually between the agencies, the two companies, it's usually a 50-50 split, but not in this problem the way they have it written. Okay, so in this problem, they say the listing agency is getting 60%, so that means the other side's getting 40. And if the buyer's agent's getting 60%, that means that their agency is keeping 40% of the 40%. You guys understand what I'm saying here? So just do the math on the problem and work it out. And it should work out like this. Working it out step by step, right? So 7,800 is the total 40% commission that goes into the buyer's agency before they're split with their agent. And if their agent's on a 60% split, how much does their agency get to keep of this 40%? 40%. So you could just do 7,800 times 40% and you'll get the answer as well. Or we could just work it all out here. So you could do 7,800 times 60%. So that means the buyer's agent gets 4,680. And then if you subtract the 4,680 from the 78%, that's one way to get it. Or you could take 7,800 if the buyer's agent is getting 60%, the agency's getting to keep the other 40, so it's 7,800 times 40%. There's two ways of coming to the same conclusion. And that's 3,120 should be your answer. Let's see, I got a couple of people that sent it to me. Yes, Danielle, you got it. Okay, we got Danielle that got it. One person. So usually most people in the class don't get this stuff right away. You know, it's more of a comprehension problem than it is a math problem. And the way to do this, to figure out these problems, I say, is work it out step by step and write down each step as you do the math. Write down next to it, like I have here, next to each step, what that number is. This way you don't get lost in the math problem. Okay, it's a simple math problem, but there's a couple steps to it, and you should write down what these numbers are. Don't just start writing down a bunch of numbers. You're going to get lost in the math. Okay, because this is just showing you that is more of a comprehension problem than a simple math problem. Okay, because you're allowed to use a calculator, so the math is simple. It's just a matter of understanding the steps. You know, if a listing agency is getting 60%, well, first figure out what is 6%, 19,500. The listing agency is getting 60%, well, then the other side gets 40. That's the buyer's agency. So 19,500 times 40%, 7,800. That's the 100% of the commission that's going into the buyer's agency before they're split with their agent. And if their agent is getting 60% split, then the agency keeps 40. So 7,800 times 40%. That's how much the buyer's agency earns or keeps. That's what they're asking, right? Everybody got that? If not, snap a picture of this, study it, learn it. You'll get a problem just like this on your state exam. The numbers may be different, but it's basically the same kind of wording. It's more of a comprehension problem. It's not that difficult. All right. How about this one? I'm giving you the number here, even though I told you you're not going to get this number given to you on exams, because I'm going to show you how it works on this example. And then I'm going to give you another example that I want you to figure it out for yourself. So the question would be, if you have a 2.5 acre property that's 500 feet deep and it sells for $1,000 per front foot. Let's stop right there. What is a front foot? Frontage or front feet is how wide the front of your lot is. You know, how wide the front of your property is. So if you have a 50 by 100 foot lot, the first number is always the width of the front of the lot. Okay? So you would have 50 front feet. Okay. Now, in this example, it says you have a 2.5 acre property and the lot is 500 feet deep. How wide is it? Well, we figure this out just by doing it like this. We know there's 43,560 square feet in an acre. We times that by 2.5 because it's saying it's a 2.5 acre lot. And that gives us a total area of 108,900 square feet in this 2.5 acre lot. Now, if we know that the one side of the lot is 500 feet deep, well, we take 108,900 square feet divided by 500 feet, the depth of the lot, and the width of it is 218 point something. But we're not selling a lot for 1,000 feet per partial foot, only per full foot. So let's round it down to 217. So if there's 217 front feet here, and you're selling that lot for $1,000 per front foot, this lot is selling for $217,000. Okay.
This one's a little tougher than the last one.
Well, because we're also talking about area and dimensions, you know.
I'm sorry, I missed the question.
Right up top. A 2.5 acre property is 500 feet deep and sells for $1,000 per front foot. A front foot is the width of the front of the lot. We know there's 43,560 square feet in an acre. If it's 2.5 acres, just times that by 2.5. The number of feet per acre times 2.5 acres gives you the total area of that lot, of that property, which is 108,900 square feet. If we know that the one length of the property is 500 feet deep, in order to figure out how wide the front of the lot is, we just take that total area and divide it by 500, and we'll get the width. And the width was 217 feet. It's 217 point something, but we're trying to figure out how many full feet, not partial feet. We're not trying to figure out inches here. So there's 217 full feet there. And if it's selling for $1,000 per front foot, 217 times 1,000 is 217,000. Now, this is not generally the way that we sell properties. We don't price them by their frontage. Not unless it's a waterfront property, perhaps. All right. That being said, let me give you another problem to figure out on your own. We have a 3-acre lot that can be subdivided. This one has an additional step here. I threw in a third step in this one. A 3-acre lot can be subdivided into 50 by 100 minimum lot sizes. How many lots can it be divided into? And how much will the seller make if each lot sells for $150,000? What's the first step you should do here? How would you approach this?
Find out how many square feet.
Find out how many square feet are in 3 acres, right?
Yes.
And how do we do that?
So you would multiply 43,560 by 3.
Correct.
It would give you 130,680 square feet.
Correct. As you can see on screen, right? Now, the next step, if it can be subdivided into a minimum lot sizes of 50 by 100, well, what's the total area in a 50 by 100 lot? How do we figure that out?
Multiply.
50 times 100, that's 5,000 square feet. So how many 5,000 square foot lots are there in 130,680 square foot lot?
26.
We do this by multiplying 50 by 100. Let's figure out it's 5,000 per lot. Then we do 130,000 divided by 5,000, and it's 26.14 lot. So I guess that 0.14 will give you some extra room to have roads and stuff, which they didn't bother trying to figure, factor into this problem at all. In real life, you would need to figure that stuff out. And now if it's selling for 150,000 per front foot or per lot, 26 times 150,000.
$3,900,000.
$3.9 million. There you go. For 3 acres. That ain't bad. All right, that's it for the slideshow here in chapter 1. So let's do the key terms to review. Let's go back to chapter 1. How about we start off by doing that? On page 12, there's a key terms to review at the end of the chapter. And then after that, there's unit questions. I don't go over those chapter quizzes at the end of the chapter with you. If you want, do that on your own time. I don't give homework, so you either do them or you don't. It's up to you. The answers are in the back of the book. I gave you the page number that has all those answers on it. And if you can't figure out how they came about these answers, you could ask me about it in class tomorrow and I could go over it with you, okay? That's how we'll basically do this throughout this book. But I do the key terms to review with you at the end of each chapter. And we're going to do these key terms to review by, this is what's going to happen. I'm going to read the answer on the right-hand side of the page. You guys are going to shout out what you think the corresponding term that matches to that answer on the left-hand side of the page is. There's no penalties for wrong answers, so shout them out as you got them. Are you ready?
We're ready.
Yes.
Let's do this. Come on. Sounds kind of like Cash Cab, right? I get that little spiel there. So, law governing the practice of real estate in New Jersey. What is the law that governs the practice of real estate in New Jersey called?
Is it the New Jersey Real Estate Commission?
What is the law?
Oh, the law.
Real Estate License Act.
The Real Estate Licensing Act, which is also known as New Jersey Statutes or Title 45, Chapter 15. 6 is A. So you may want to pencil in there above number 6, NJ Statutes, and right next to it, 45:15. So 6 is A. The Real Estate Licensing Act, which is also known as New Jersey Statutes, or Title 45, Chapter 15. Those are the laws.
Wait, what page are we on? Sorry, is it page? Okay, I was on the.
Okay.
Okay.
So 6 is A. Classes required for license renewal. What do we call that? Continuing education. 3 is B. State rules and regulations for real estate licensees. What do we call those state rules and regulations for real estate licensees?
Title 11, Chapter 5.
Title 11, Chapter 5, which also is called
Oh man, I forgot.
the Administrative Code. So you may want to write that underneath 11. 11 is C, and you're going to write underneath that administrative code. Administrative code, it's also known as. Administrator of real estate licenses. Who is the administrator of real estate licenses?
New Jersey Real Estate Commission.
The Real Estate Commission. 5 is D, correct. Member of a private real estate trade organization. Who is the member? What do we call them?
Broker, salesperson.
The member of a private real estate
Realtor.
organization is called a realtor. You're a member of NAR, a private real estate trade organization. 7 is E. Money paid another broker for sending a client or customer.
Referral fee?
It's called a referral fee. 8 is F. One license to assist a broker in a real estate transaction.
Salesperson.
Salesperson. There you go. 9 is G. Reimburses people defrauded or badly served by licensees in a real estate transaction. What reimburses people who have been robbed?
The
Guarantee fund.
The guarantee fund. 4 is H. Individual licensed to charge the public for real estate services. Who's the only one that could charge the public for real estate services?
Broker.
The broker.
Broker?
1 is I, correct. Licensee, limited to presenting prospective clients and customers to the broker, and that's it.
Salesperson licensed with real estate referral company.
In other words, they're also called a
Referral agent.
referral agent. 10 is J. Fully qualified broker who remains under another broker's supervision.
Broker, salesperson.
A broker salesperson. 2 is K. Okay. See, not that hard. And when you guys interact, you're a little bit more involved. It's not as boring. There's no penalties for wrong answers, you know, and you tend to learn a little bit more when you're interactive and you get involved like this. You tend to retain it a little bit better too. Okay, so you see, nobody was chastised if you got a wrong answer. You know, this is your safe place. Okay, this is where you get things wrong. Okay, we want you to get them right on the exam. So this is the place to study and get them wrong. Okay, if you're going to get things wrong. All right, next up, we're going to open up chapter 2 and we'll get started in chapter 2. Look at this. We only have about 45 minutes or so left of class. Look at that, how time flies when you're having fun, right? The day is flying through, isn't it? Let me just open up this slideshow.
How fast is moving.
Yeah, it is moving, isn't it? Let me know when you can see the slideshow. Should be seeing it about now.
Yes, chapter 2.
Okay. Chapter 2, Commission Rules and Regulations. In this chapter, we're going to identify the standards set by licensing law and the real estate commission rules regarding brokerage business. We're going to explain commission regulations for broker business relationships. We're going to talk about advertising. And we're going to describe violations and penalties for violating licensing law. So we're going to start off with a salesperson may not accept any form of compensation except from their supervising broker. They can't maintain an escrow account or hold funds belonging to others because you're supposed to immediately give that over to your broker. And work for more than one New Jersey broker at a time. You could only work for one New Jersey broker at a time. We learned that in the last chapter, right? So let's do these highlights right here. That says that. This is on page 15. Everybody got that?
Yep.
Okay.
Yes.
Do me a favor, guys. We put the things up on screen, when you're done with all your highlights and notes, if I put something on screen that requires highlighting or notes, just say done. Just say I got it. Okay. So that this way I know, and I'll check, make sure everybody else got it, and then we could move on to the next topic. So I'm not just sitting there wasting time. All right. We'll move things along a lot smoother. All right. Place of business. We learned in the last chapter this as well, that every broker who's a New Jersey resident has to have a physical place of business. We know that virtual offices are not allowed in New Jersey. You have to have a physical place of business for the brokerage. Now, this is something new though. The broker is allowed to have an office in their house. Now, keep in mind, you can't just start a business out of your house. So if the broker owns a house that's in an area that's zoned for mixed use, commercial, residential area, where there's these properties that are commercial and residential, then and only then can they have an office out of their house, okay? So keeping that in mind, the broker can have an office out of their house, but they have to have a separate entrance visible from the street. You can't be a requirement that they got to go around to the back to the entrance to get in, you know, or on the side of the building. They also have to have a sign with the words licensed real estate broker and the broker's name. And the office can never be in any of the associates of the brokers. Only the broker is allowed to have an office in their house, not the salespeople, not the referral agents, not the broker salespeople. The purpose of this is to prevent license lending. You know, when I opened up my brokerage, I didn't have a broker's license yet. So what I did is I hired a broker. Now, when I hired a broker, there were a lot of brokers that were answering my ad, and they were like, yeah, I know what you want to do. You just want to open up a brokerage and do your own thing. I'll be out of your hair. Listen, I'll put my name down, and then, you know, you run your business, you do your thing. If you ever have any issues with the real estate commission, you'll have my number. You could just call me to tell them I'm out of the office. That's license lending, and that's illegal, okay? The purpose of this is I was trying to hire somebody to be a broker, to be legitimately there in the office and run the business. So apparently there's a lot of people willing to do this. But this is called license lending, and we're not allowed to do that. Now, office management. Who can manage an office? What kind of license is required to manage an office? Any office.
The broker.
A broker.
Or broker salesperson's license. One of the broker type licenses is required to manage an office. And full-time or a supervising licensee has to be physically present in the office 5 days a week during normal business hours and not have another job. They're supposed to be in the office supervising. So let's do these highlights for all that stuff that we just went over.
I have a quick question.
Okay.
What if you are a business owner
Uh-huh.
of another business? You can still become a broker because it's not necessarily that you have a job. You own a business, or
Well, that is a job, isn't it? Being a business owner. Hell, you spend a lot more time at that job as a business owner. I'll tell you that from firsthand experience. You know, but you do a lot of work that you don't get paid for that still needs to get done.
1,000%.
Any business owner knows that. There's a lot of jobs, unfortunate jobs where you're the janitor, you're the secretary, you're the you're the jack of all trades in that position sometimes, right? So we know that there's that position sometimes where you're a business owner and you're doing work a lot more hours than most people do, who they do their 9 to 5 and they're out, right? It's not bank hours, having your own job, you often spend a lot more time there. I remember a lot of times not getting out of my office until 2 a.m. and the office closed at 10, sometimes 11, and I was getting out there till 2, because I was getting caught up on work. All right, everybody got these highlights down and these notes?
Done.
All done.
Okay.
Done.
So the licenses for all the agents that are working at that office have to be publicly available. A lot of brokers just display them in picture frames and hang them up in the lobby, in a picture frames. But they could also put them in a binder, with those clear inserts in a binder and have it available on the front desk or behind the front desk for public inspection. The way it works is this: if you only have one office, it's easy. But if you have multiple offices, any branch office, all the agents that work out of that office, their licenses must be available for display in that office. The main office, however, has to have all the licenses of all the agents working out of that office and copies of those licenses from any agents from that are working in branch offices as well. Let's talk about the trust accounts. A broker cannot keep any interest if it is an interest-bearing account. They're not allowed to make a secret profit on their client's money. So trust accounts, also referred to as escrow accounts. Attorneys usually call them trust accounts. Real estate agents usually refer to it as an escrow account. Either way, both of them are the same thing. They're two words that describe the same thing. It's a bank account where we keep other people's money and only other people's money. Okay? Let's do all these highlights here. The account must be clearly labeled a trust account. Brokers are required to deposit funds coming into their keeping promptly, which the commission defines as 5 business days of acceptance. That's not 5 business days of the offer being accepted. It's being within 5 business days of the salespeople collecting that money from their clients. Because as salespeople, you get money from your client, you must immediately give it to your broker. So yeah, salespeople should immediately give escrow monies they receive to their broker, because then their broker has to do some bookkeeping. They have to write what transaction this is for. Who gave us this money? Is it for a purchase? Is it for a lease? What is it for? Who's the agent that's involved in it? The brokers need to keep all this information in their escrow records. And then they need to deposit that money into their bank account, their escrow account, within 5 days of the time the agent received the money. So if you're that salesperson and you got that money from your client, you don't hold on to it for a couple of days. You need to immediately give it to your broker so they could do their bookkeeping and then run over to the bank to deposit it. Because they got 5 days to do that. And if you waited 5 days before you gave it to the broker, don't be surprised that the broker throws the paperwork and the check right back in your face and says, go get a new one from your client. You could explain to them why you need to get a new one. I'm not getting in trouble because you took so long before handing it over to me, before I could do the paperwork and then run out to the bank. I'm not running out to the bank every time somebody gives me a check. I'm going maybe 2-3 times a week, but I'm not going to be running every time someone comes to the office with a check. Brokers are prohibited from commingling. There's a term you need to know. Commingling is not allowed. That means the broker mixed their own money in the bank account with that of the client's money in the escrow account. The escrow account is meant only for other people's money. Now, that being said, the Real Estate Commission does realize that banking habits have changed in recent years, where businesses are charged a fee to have a bank account. So if you got a checking account, businesses are often charged a fee to have a business account, bank account. So where would that money come from? They take it, the banks take it out of the money that's in the account. But whose money's in that escrow account? Your client's money, right? So the brokers are allowed to keep a small nominal amount of their own money, a small amount of their own money in the escrow account, as long as they account for how much money that is in the account and what its purpose is. And so they got to keep tabs of that.
So that means they can keep a little bit of the money, but only for fees purposes?
Correct. Correct. A broker can't be like, you know what, I'm not going to keep on depositing money all the time. You know what, I'm just going to put 10,000 bucks of my own money in there, and I'm not going to have to worry about it for years and years to come. Okay. No, you're not allowed to do that. You're allowed to put a small amount of money in there and keep accounted. That's for to cover the $15 or $20 fee that the bank charges me for keeping the bank account.
And the small amount, there's limitations?
I don't know. I'm not going to play games with the Real Estate Commission on it, though. So, I mean, I would keep it at like 100 or 200 bucks, you know, and then just replenish it as needed. You know, the broker should be keeping up and updating their record books regularly anyway, so they should know when it's getting low, and they would have to put money in there. I mean, if they're charging you $15 a month, you know, $100 will last you, almost a year, right? So brokers should be doing their record keeping, reconciling their books at least once every quarter, once every 3 months anyway, to keep tabs on it. When it runs low, add a little bit more. Now, sometimes the money that's already sitting in the escrow account can become the broker's money. For instance, if we got a listing and it was a rental property, and we got into an agreement with that owner of the property that they were going to, we were going to collect the first month's rent in advance and a month and a half security from any tenant that was going to rent. And we were going to charge that owner 1 month's rent as the commission, if we set that up as our commission. And now we got a renter, we got the city inspections done. So now and then the date on the lease comes about. So we give the tenant the keys, we give the landlord the money. Sometimes the landlord may be like, listen, instead of you cutting checks out to me, then I got to cut a check back out to you. How about you just keep the first month's rent as the commission, and you give me just a month and a half security deposit, so we're not writing checks back and forth to each other. If that's the case, that money's already sitting in the escrow account. and now it's the brokers, that could be considered commingling. So the real estate commission would give that broker 5 business days to take that money out of the escrow account. So when it comes to records of the escrow account, it's basically 5 days for record keeping. The money's got to be in that escrow account within 5 days of receiving it, and we got to take it out of the account within 5 days of it becoming ours. Otherwise, it's considered commingling, right? Or depositing it late, mishandling of escrow funds, and we don't want to get in trouble for that. Quick way to lose your license or get fined is to screw around with other people's money.
Is the same for the interest that account produce?
Usually these accounts are non-interest bearing because it would be an accounting nightmare for us to try to calculate how much money you've earned on interest for the short term that we've been holding onto your money into the escrow account. And then we'd have to file tax records with the IRS. We'd have to open up a sub account in your name. It's a pain in the ass. So we don't bother doing that most of the time. Now, some brokerages, the main escrow account can be interest bearing, but that's only if you're dealing on a regular basis with multi-million dollar properties and the person wants to get interest on their money. Otherwise, they could have kept it in their own bank account, you know. But for most people, what are your bank accounts paying you these days in your savings account? How much money are they paying you? How much are you earning? What? You'd be lucky if it's 0.25%, right? It's a really small amount. So, I mean, you giving me a couple $1,000s to hold in the escrow account for a month, you know, it's not worth it for the pennies. So let's see. That's what they mean by down the bottom. Leaving such money in the escrow account for more than 5 business days may result in commingling. And so here on this slide, I break it down. Brokers have 2 bank accounts, an operating account and a brokerage escrow account. The operating account is used to pay the brokerage's bills, the rent or mortgage, the electric, the water, the gas, to pay the agents their commissions, to pay their advertising costs and all that stuff. That's your operating account. The escrow or trust account, that's used to keep other people's money in for a temporary period of time to safeguard it. Now, the escrow account, broker cannot keep any interest earned if it is an interest-bearing account. Can't make a secret profit on our client's money. That's illegal. Account must be clearly marked as an escrow account in case the broker gets sued or they file for bankruptcy or something happens, so that nobody can touch that money in that account because it's clearly labeled an escrow account. And an escrow account, everybody knows that's not the broker's money that's in there. That's other people's money. Licensees have to give that money that comes into their keeping promptly or immediately. Brokers have to deposit that money within 5 days of receipts from the client, not 5 days of the offer being accepted. And there's a notation here on the Real Estate Commission's website which talks about that, and they that's a big deal, and they fine people because of that. I'm not going to open it up or get into that, but it's there for you if you want to see it. Brokers must keep all records accounting for all funds, deposits, withdrawals in the escrow book. They need to keep copies of deposit slips and all that stuff for 6 years. As a matter of fact, brokers need to keep all records for everything for 6 years, except for 2 items: unaccepted offers and expired listings, which they need to keep for 6 months. But we'll get into that later. Commingling is strictly prohibited. It's not allowed. You're not allowed to mix your own money in the escrow account with the client's. We have to give written receipts to people anytime they give us cash. So are we allowed to accept cash from our clients?
Absolutely not.
We are. We just got to give them a written receipt when they give us cash. My advice to you is do not accept cash from clients. And on the next slide, I'm going to give you a bunch of reasons why not. Okay. But are we allowed to? Yes, we are. Should you? That's a different question. You were pretty positive with that. Absolutely not. You know, it's a good practice not to accept cash. I'm going to give you reasons why. But are we allowed to? Yes, we are. Listen, guys, I'm going to be teaching you what you're allowed to do and what you should do. Okay. They're not always the same thing. Okay. Funds already in that escrow account that become the broker's must be removed within 5 days, 5 business days. Otherwise, that could be considered commingling. Now, anytime somebody gives us advance fees of $25 or more, we got to put it in the escrow account. And if those fees are to help with things such as marketing costs, which with your typical home seller, it's not going to be for that. But sometimes we deal with builders and they have an advertising budget and they give us money to help with those advertising, to put up a billboard or put up certain advertisements. Well, we need to give them accounting of how that money's being utilized within 90 days. Now, any cash deposit of 10, here's some reasons why not to accept cash. Any cash deposit of $10,000 or more has to be reported to the IRS. And has anybody here ever had to communicate with the IRS ever for any reason?
Yes. It's a headache.
When you communicate with the IRS, does it have to be on a special form?
Yes, everything.
I couldn't tell you what form it is that we have to report this to the IRS on. You know why?
It doesn't exist.
Because I don't accept cash.
Oh, okay,
There's
there
a
you go.
form for it. I just don't know what it is, you know, because I don't accept cash from my clients. So any cash deposits of $10,000 or more has to be reported to the IRS. I just don't report it because I don't accept cash from my clients, especially cash around $10,000 or more. Now, here's the reasons why you should never accept cash from a client. Now, can you accept cash? Yes. Should you? No. Why? What happens if you get robbed? Somebody beats you over the head and mugs you. Who's responsible for that money?
We are.
You are. You accepted it from your client. You're responsible for it. Do you want to take on that kind of responsibility? I don't. What if they gave you a bunch of money, but some of those bills were counterfeit? Now, they didn't meaningly make the money and give you counterfeit bills, but hey, some money you have in your hand in your wallet right now could be counterfeit. You don't know. Have you checked it? You know, you could be in possession of a counterfeit bill. So now you're passing along, you're accepting counterfeit money from a client. You go to the bank to deposit it. The bank's not going to replace it with good bills. They're going to report it to the Secret Service that investigates counterfeit money. You know, drama, drama, drama. You know what drama is good for? What's drama good for? Do you want drama in your life?
Go to the theater.
Exactly. Drama's good for TV. That's about it, right? Or the theater, like you said. You know, I don't want it in my personal life, and I damn sure don't want it in my business life, right? So I like to avoid drama, you know. The drama of counterfeit cash, because you know, you get counterfeit money, the bank says, hey, these are counterfeit bills, we're not accepting these, or we're not giving them back to you, but these are counterfeit bills, we're not giving you credit for them. Then you go to your client and says, hey, you know, you didn't give us the full amount of money because some of those bills were counterfeit, we need you to replace them. You know what's going to happen, right? So you can be like, whoa, I don't know where you were between the time I gave you the money and you deposited in the bank. I want my money back. Drama, 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 right? Let's avoid the drama. Don't accept cash. You need to report on specific IRS forms when they give you $10,000 or near $10,000 to the IRS. So it's highly suggested that when you get money from clients, that they give it to you on a certified check or a bank manager's check only. I don't even want your personal check, because sometimes people bounce them. And if you made an offer and you bounced the check, you know, I have to treat everybody fairly and honestly in the real estate transaction. If I find out that funds that my client gave me bounced, I got to let the other side know that we don't have the money that we told them that we were going to have because the check bounced. What do you think that's going to do to the real estate transaction? Doesn't look good in the transactions just at the beginning. All right, so here's another tip. Make sure return deposits are returned directly to the person who gave the deposit. This is more for the broker to know. You know, you should also avoid personal checks and money orders. Personal checks, people bounce them sometimes because they didn't transfer the funds from their savings account to the checking account. Drama, drama, drama. You know, money orders, ooh, they're worse than personal checks. Sometimes money orders, they could be stolen. And maybe your client didn't steal it, but they were sold a stolen money order or one that was reported stolen or missing. You won't find out till months later. And when the money order company finds out about it, they're going to withdraw it from the bank account that they deposited the funds into. And that's the escrow account. And by now, it's somebody else's money in the escrow account they're taking out. Drama, drama, drama. When buying all cash, people don't come to us with a duffel bag full of money. All right. We never see the money. That happens in movies. Okay. When people say they're buying all cash, we need to get a proof of funds letter from the bank manager. Now, I don't need to know how much money that you have, Mr. or Mrs. Buyer. I just need to know you have enough to complete this transaction. So I need a proof of funds. You need to get a proof of funds letter from your bank manager stating that you have X amount of dollars to complete this purchase. Okay, so the bank manager, it's a standard form. A proof of funds letter is a standard form that the bank manager has, where they just look up how much money you have in the bank account, and they'll say, how much money do you need this proof of funds letter to reflect? They'll write down on there that as of today, as of this time, you have this much money, enough money, sufficient funds to cover this type of purchase in your bank account. And the bank manager will sign it, and then they'll stamp it with a raised seal. And that's a proof of funds letter from the bank manager. I love it when people come to us and say, oh, cash ain't no problem. I'm buying all cash. Cash ain't no issue. I don't care if you're Donald Trump, cash is an issue. Hell, he filed bankruptcy several times. You know, rich people have money problems too sometimes, right? So cash is a problem for everybody. Just that rich people, the problem is bigger, right? So it's not that I don't trust you, but I don't know you, and I need a proof of funds letter. I don't need to know how much money you got. I just need to know you got enough. So let's do these highlights. Advanced fees must be placed in an escrow. Broker must give the client an account of how much money is being spent, how the money is being utilized within 90 days. Then cash deposits must be over how much need to be reported to the IRS?
$10,000.
$10,000. You need to know that for exam. You will get that on exam. Or exams. Okay, everybody got this from page 17?
Done.
Wait 1 second. Okay, I'm all done.
Also highlight this on page 17. Make that arrow the same way as well. Permanent records. Brokers need to keep all records for 6 years, except for expired listings and unaccepted offers, which must be kept for 6 months. And this arrow is pointing to something on the next page under other documents. And this is what we're writing and highlighting there under other documents. Mm-hmm.
Done.
Okay, everybody got that?
Yes.
So record keeping, brokers must keep all records for 6 years. Escrow account, bank records, contracts, accepted offers, listing agreements, their utility bills, their purchase receipts, commission, bills paid to agents, expired listings that had offers accepted on them at one point in time. They got to keep all that stuff for 6 years. The only thing is there's only 2 items that they need to keep for 6 months. Those are unaccepted offers that were made that were just flat out denied, rejected, or expired listings that never had offers accepted on them. They need to be kept for only 6 months. And we'll learn about why that is when we start learning about statutes of limitations when it pertains to lawsuits. The statute of limitations for contracts is generally 6 years. Now, all records, contracts, listing agreements, etc., they all belong to your broker. So if you ever leave that brokerage, you get terminated. That means you quit or got fired. If your employment is terminated with that broker, you don't take those records with you. They stay at the brokerage office. Any listings you have, you don't take them with you. The contracts, any deals you're working on, you don't take them with you. Finish them before you leave. Once you quit, you don't take them with you. Those transactions belong to the broker. You got them for the broker while you were employed at that brokerage firm. So make sure you finish what you need to before you leave. Now, this is page 17. Oh no, other documents, it's page 18. Oh, we already highlighted this on the previous slide, right? The documents. Yeah. This slide looks a lot better, that image. Let me copy that over again. I like that image from the previous slide better. Boop, boop. Yeah. So here's some examples of escrow funds where their agents did not turn over the money right away to the broker like they were supposed to, and they were fined $2,000. This one was fined $2,500. This one fined $1,500 and has to take 3 more hours of CE, for not turning over the funds to the broker within 5 days. So how soon do you got to give money to the broker after your client gives it to you? Whether it's a check or cash?
5 days.
No, immediately.
Oh, no.
Because remember, your broker has 5 days to do the record keeping.
Oh,
Well, you got the 5 days part down, but just have the understanding that the broker needs to do their record keeping too. Everything needs to be done within that 5 days. The funds need to be deposited after he does his record keeping, after you gave him the money. So a lot needs to be done there, right?
What if the broker is on vacation?
They'll have somebody standing in doing it for them. A broker salesperson that'll be managing the office in their absence. Or the office is closed. One or the other. All right, regulations of contracts. So back to page 17, sales contracts. So, all right, for residential real estate transactions, New Jersey contracts, they have an attorney review clause that says the parties have 3 days to cancel a contract or make changes to it within that 3-day period, hiring an attorney to start the attorney review period and cancel the contract. After that 3-day period, after both parties sign a contract, after 3 days, that contract becomes legally binding as it is, and no changes can be made unless both parties agree to them. Licensees can prepare sales contracts only for 1 to 4 family homes and single building residential lots, buildable residential lots. Because anything else is considered commercial real estate, and attorneys have to prepare contracts for commercial real estate transactions. So we are allowed to sell and lease commercial real estate though. So what exactly do we do in those roles? Well, we'll advertise those properties to find a buyer or a renter for that commercial real estate. And then we kick off the transaction by having both parties, we create what we call a term sheet or a non-binding intent to purchase or an intent to lease, which has all the details that are to be added to the contract. And it goes back and forth between the parties. It's non-binding, meaning it's not legally binding until a formal contract is drawn up by legal counsel, by attorneys. So this is called the term sheet, where we lay out all the terms that are to be added to the transaction, to the contract. And then an attorney will draw up the contract once both parties agree to all those terms. Listings, when we get a listing, it has to be entered into the MLS system within 48 hours. That's how we share our listing inventory with other companies, with other agents. We cannot show a property or have a listing that we can have access to, but others cannot. Not unless the owner told us that they don't want us to work with other agencies. And if that's the case, then we don't put it in the MLS, and we have that owner sign a waiver of broker cooperation stating that they don't want us to cooperate with other brokers. Otherwise, real estate licensing law requires us to cooperate with other brokers. If we have a listing, it's available for us or any agent at our office to show, it must be available for other agencies to see as well. So we enter these listings in the MLS within how long?
48 hours.
48 hours. And any offers that come in writing have to be forwarded to the owner within 24 hours. What is a verbal offer? Nothing. A verbal offer, I call it fishing. People are on a fishing expedition to see what they could get away with. Hey, will they accept this? What about this? What about this? If they're that serious, put it in writing. Everything that you guys do should be in writing. Okay? So all written offers must be forwarded to the seller within 24 hours. What if an offer was already accepted? Do you still need to forward it to the owner?
Yes.
Yes. There's nothing here that says accept when there's another offer. But wait, if they accepted another offer and it's in and out of attorney review, aren't they already in a legally binding contract? Yeah. But it's up to them to decide whether they want to break it or not. There may be consequences to it, but that's their decision to make, not ours. We have to forward to them every offer that comes in writing. And at the time of listing, owners of property must be furnished with a copy of the Attorney General's memorandum, which informs them about the New Jersey laws against discrimination, as well as the federal laws against discrimination. So what do we call that document that we give to owners and only the owners of property at the time we get a listing that says that they can't discriminate? It's called the Attorney General's memorandum. We don't give them the LAD, the New Jersey law against discrimination. We're not giving them the law. We're giving them the document called the Attorney General's memorandum, which talks about the law against discrimination. Make sense? I always got confused with these two when I was studying for my exam because the instructor never made it clear to me. Attorney General is the highest law enforcement officer in the state. Memorandum is a fancy word for notice. So the Attorney General's memorandum is a notice coming from the highest law enforcement officer in the state that talks about the laws against discrimination, and we need to give it to the owners. Because if you're offering your property for sale or rent, it's against the law to discriminate. Now, how come we don't give it to buyers and renters? Can buyers and renters discriminate?
I guess technically yes, because can't force them to buy.
You could discriminate all you want. You could choose where you want to live and who you want to live near. That's all on you. We as real estate agents can't help somebody search for a property based on discriminatory factors, though. But buyers and renters, they could discriminate all they want. Hell, they don't have to share with us their reason for not wanting to purchase, right? So they could discriminate till their heart's content. You don't need to spend your money to live where you don't want to live. Even if it's because of discriminatory reasons, okay? And when I say discriminatory, I mean the negative term of the term discrimination, because there's nothing wrong with the word discrimination, and there's nothing wrong with discriminating. What I mean is I'm not talking about the illegal forms of discrimination, like racial discrimination or sexual discrimination or all kinds of other things like that. The word discrimination just means being choosy, being picky, being selective. There's nothing wrong with having discriminating tastes. I didn't like that house because of I didn't like its features. I'm discriminating against that house. Okay. We often hear the term discrimination, and our minds go immediately to like racial discrimination, right? That's the negative form of discrimination. But you guys remember years ago, they used to have this on TV all the time. I don't even know if this product is still around, but you guys remember a mustard? It used to be called Grey Poupon. I don't know if it's still for sale. I don't know.
You have to pick it up,
Grey Poupon. Yeah, you remember those commercials? I think it was the Lifestyles of the Rich and Famous always used to be on TV. There was a program called The Lifestyles of the Rich and Famous. And they would just, show these beautiful mansions, these properties that people own, and yachts, and how the rich live. And they would have these commercials that on TV where one Rolls Royce would pull up to the next, and they would roll down their window and they would say, "Pardon me." They're making a sandwich in the back of their limousine. They'd be like, "Pardon me, but would you have any Grey Poupon?" And they'd say, "But of course." And then the commercial would say, "Grey Poupon for those with discriminating taste for the finer things in life." Okay, that's all the term discrimination means, but these days, when we hear the term discrimination, our mind immediately goes to the negative form. Okay, so when it comes to this is negative though. Owners, they cannot discriminate against any protected class when offering their property for sale or rent. Buyers and renters, they're free to discriminate even for the negative reasons if they want. We cannot help them search for homes because of discrimination for the negative reasons. Okay. I could help you search for a house in your price range in the area that you tell me, but I can't search for a home because you don't want to live by these people or those people. Okay. That's illegal. I can't do that. Now, real estate licensees are required to promptly provide a duplicate original of a document to every person who signed. Well, let's stop right here. We're already past our time now, so it's 4:30. So we're going to pick up on this slide tomorrow. Let me see what slide number this is here, so we all know. Contracts. Okay, so we're on slide 16, chapter 2. This is on page 17. Okay, slide 16, page 17. Let me throw out there the poll for the end of class. Everybody can answer that, and you're dismissed for the day. And I'll see everybody tomorrow, 9 a.m. And I'll
See you tomorrow. Thank you.
Okay, see you tomorrow.
Have a good night.
You're welcome. Have a